Hey everyone, there's not enough dinosaur horror in video games. I mean, there's always Dino Crisis, I guess. 26 years since release, it still holds up as one of the best examples of 90s survival horror. The perfect blend of action and terror, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. I've already made that video, spent 3 whole hours talking about why I love Dino Crisis, and despite how awesome the recent GOG re-releases of the first 2 games are, I don't think there's anything left for me to say except I want more. Ever since I finished making that video, I've been craving more dinosaur horror, and if Capcom isn't going to deliver on a remake or reboot, or even a decent spiritual successor, if the original director Shinji Mikami thinks the dinosaur niche is currently filled by Monster Hunter, a dino-sized dump of a take if I've ever heard one, then short of diving into Dino Crisis 2, I guess I'm going to have to turn to indie creators to scratch that itch. Indie creators are a big reason for the horror renaissance of the 2010s and 2020s, at least in video games. Without teams like Frictional and solo developers like whoever made Five Nights at Freddy's, man, whatever happened to that guy? The small-minded giants of the AAA industry never would have realized their own mistake in assuming horror games don't sell. Go on Steam alone, and you can find love letters to Resident Evil, Alone in the Dark, Silent Hill, and everything in between, going back a decade now. But Dino Crisis has been sorely underrepresented in the indie horror scene. That tide is starting to turn. There are a bunch of games in development like Compound Fracture and Paleophage and The Lost Wild that aim to pick up where Capcom left off, but none of those titles are out yet. They can't scratch that itch for me, but that doesn't mean I'm out of luck. There are a handful of dinosaur horror titles available to play right now, plus a couple of games that I'm calling Dino Crisis adjacent because at this point I will take what I can get, and I'm going to talk about them a lot. So much in fact that I've had to split this project into 2 volumes. This first part is going to cover the games released between 1982 and 2023, and the second, which is already finished and will be out next month, will cover the first proper wave of dino horror games to hit the shores of gaming in 2024, because one of them's got to live up to Dino Crisis's example, right? Right? Oh god, this video was a mistake, wasn't it? But before I get my hands into the guts of these games, I want to lay down a few rules. Rule number 1, the game must have a single player campaign. I'm not interested in multiplayer based games like Ark. That's not what Dino Crisis is. This is Ark, right? I've never played it before. Rule number 2, the game must be fully released. Sorry Dino Trauma, but no early access titles allowed. Also, I've already covered that game anyway. And finally, rule number 3, the most important rule, no snitching. I mean it. Don't you dare. If any of these games vanish after I release this video, I will find you. Following those 3 golden rules, I've managed to find a dozen or so games that I'm hoping will scratch that Dino Crisis itch. I'm not just going to be judging them on their own merits, or how well they evoke the vibe of Dino Crisis, I'll also be on the lookout for how well they can match the better Jurassic Park games. Who knows, maybe today we'll find the hidden successor to Trespasser buried in the indie scene too. Because these games are all much newer and still readily available to purchase on places like Steam, I'm also going to be splitting each title's chapter into 2 parts, a general review and then a section on spoilers, just in case you want to track them down and play them yourself. I'll let you know when we get to them, and you can also find a table of contents in the description if you're curious about a specific game. Also, I've done my best to edit around them, but there are a couple of flashing lights throughout the video. Watch out for this big red exclamation mark in the top right corner that'll appear 10 seconds out from when they start, and the timestamps underneath to skip to. Also, everything I make on the channel is now made possible by the generous support of people on Patreon, so if you love what I do, please consider donating. If you don't want to give Patreon money or can't support monthly, Ko-Fi is also an option. Links are in the description. And if financial support isn't an option but you still want to help the channel grow, please like and subscribe if you haven't already, share it around because YouTube sure won't, and let me know about any other potential Dino Crisis successors you've played. I'd love to give them a go. And one last thing before we begin, if any of the devs of any of these games are watching this video, maybe don't? Okay, look, I hope whatever criticisms I have are constructive, and even if I come off as overly negative sometimes, I still want you to keep making stuff. So, without further ado, let's get to it. This is In Search of Dino Crisis, or whatever other clickbait garbage I titled this video. Let's go. 3D Monster Maze isn't exactly an indie game, not as the term is understood today, and indeed, it not only predates Dino Crisis by almost 2 whole decades, but hit store shelves a full 8 years before the publication of Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park, yet no retrospective of dinosaur horror games would be complete without it, because it is also the first dinosaur horror game, and, potentially, the first survival horror game too. Alone in the Dark may have codified the genre over a decade later, and Resident Evil may have popularized it even later than that. But 3D Monster Maze, developed by Malcolm Evans and published by JK Gray Software for the ZX81 in 1982, was among the first to drive players to the brink of terror all the way back in the early 80s, on one side of the Atlantic at least. And even unbuilt as the genre and its constituent mechanics are, you can still see that connection on the screen, feel it in what little gameplay 3D Monster Maze has. Indeed, it has more in common with some modern-day indie horror games than most big-budget AAA examples of the genre. And, in fact, we won't just see the basic premise of a dinosaur hunting you through a maze repeated in the very next game we cover, we'll see it again at the very end of the next video too, in a title released 42 years later. 3D Monster Maze is a survival horror game stripped down to its most basic elements, even if no one would have used that term all the way back in 1982. There's not much to it. It's just you and a T-Rex in a maze. You can only move forward or turn left or right. There are no power-ups, no weapons, no way to defend yourself against the monster. The game can't even render more than 2 colors. All you get is black and white. The occasional splash of grey is actually a trick made up of countless alternating black and white dots, and you can't see further than a few screens ahead, but there's something beautiful in its simplicity. Something uncanny about its environmental abstraction, something that still resonates with people today. It has the same nightmarish quality that makes the backrooms and other liminal spaces so popular now in the 2020s. The game just feels wrong. The emptiness is unsettling, and the dread of what might be hiding just out of sight is incredibly compelling. The framing of the game as a carnival attraction that you've been unwittingly lured into only adds to that nightmare atmosphere. The ringmaster says it's just a sideshow. Quote, roll up, see the amazing Tyrannosaurus Rex, king of the dinosaurs, in his lair, perfectly preserved in silicon since prehistoric times. He is brought to you for your entertainment and exhilaration, end quote. But even if you do find your way out of the maze, you don't escape. You're just drawn into another, deeper layer of the nightmare. This is of course to perpetuate play and rack up a really good high score, since the game doesn't actually have any other sort of win state, as far as I'm aware anyway. But within the context of the fiction, it still works really well as the sort of cruel twist ending horror is known for. It brings to mind a classic short story from one of the greats, or an episode of a horror-themed anthology show, or even the sort of really good creepypasta you read late at night, bathed in the glow of a computer screen. Nothing that happens in 3D Monster Maze makes sense, but that's the thing about nightmares. They don't make sense, and that's why they can be so terrifying in the moment. Even I, desensitized to horror as I am, found it to be a little unnerving. It helps that the maze is procedurally generated as well. There's no way to learn its layout. The only constant between maps is the exit area, which is always a cul-de-sac. It feels massive in the moment, but in truth it's only 16 by 18 tiles. The real terror comes from how claustrophobic and confusing the layouts can be, especially since you're not given time to put together a map. The maze itself is only one half of the horror. The real star is the titular monster. The Rex is always moving toward you. Always. Like these fucking cars, am I right? Jesus Christ. Always. There's nothing you can do to defend yourself against it except keep moving. If it catches sight of you, there's still a chance you might lose it in the maze, but if you catch sight of it, something has gone terribly wrong. You can't accidentally sneak up behind it. The Rex only has front-facing sprites. If you can see it, that means it's coming right at you, and since it only appears when it's 5 screens away or fewer, it's also basically already on top of you too. Evans actually drew 10 sprites for the Rex, 2 to a screen, so it flies out of the draw distance at you way faster than you might expect for what is usually such a slow and clunky game, especially if you're already moving toward it at the same time. Running into this thing head-on, only to dodge around a corner out of its way at the last second, was genuinely thrilling, and it's not your only option either. If you keep your cool, you might be able to pull a 180 and run back the way you came. It's a kind of split-second tactical decision that I didn't realise games this old were capable of producing, at a faster pace than most subsequent survival horror games until the modern era too. It's still all about positioning. 3D Monster Maze just doesn't give you time to think about it. The Rex is always gunning for you, so you always have to be moving. Even when it's not charging you down, the game keeps you aware of its movements through little announcements at the bottom of the screen. They can range from something as ominous as "Rex lies in wait," to the much more threatening "footsteps approaching," to the frankly upsetting "Rex has seen you." Each announcement corresponds to a certain distance between the Rex and the player. Soft Tango UK writes in 3D Monster Maze Dissected, a deep dive into the game's code, that, for example, footsteps approaching means the Rex is 7 spaces away in any direction. Given the complete lack of any sound in 3D Monster Maze, these little messages are probably the strongest source of the game's horror. Knowing that the Rex is around and getting closer is way worse than if the game told you exactly where it was. But what's funny is that one of the messages, "Rex lies in wait," is actually code for "Rex has wedged himself into a corner and can't move toward you." Because as I said, he's always gunning directly for you. So if there happens to be a wall in the way, he'll just stop. Like so many examples of impressive video game enemy AI, it's all a trick, based on player perception rather than actual intelligence. But the on-screen announcements add just enough uncertainty to the Rex's behaviour that it still works. Even once you learn how the Rex functions mechanically, there's not really any way to exploit it. The high score only ticks up while he's moving, so the game incentivizes that you keep him close, and no amount of technical understanding can prepare you for just how shocking the Rex's sudden appearance on the horizon can be. 3D Monster Maze's silence works incredibly well to enhance the tension of any given moment, despite the fact sound is usually the bedrock on which all the best horror is built. Each appearance feels like a real ambush, the sudden and silent kind a Tyrannosaur's victim might have actually experienced 66 million years ago. I've often pondered how to make a mechanical encounter with a Tyrannosaurus Rex engaging beyond a basic boss fight. They make for great video game monsters, but unloading an armory's worth of bullets into one during a battle does kind of ruin the idea that it's a real animal. Yet 3D Monster Maze got it right on what may be the very first attempt. I certainly understand why it scared the shit out of so many people when it first released. If I'd played this as a kid, it would have given me fucking nightmares. Of course, once it catches you, the Rex loses a bit of its mystique. The game over screen is already a little goofy, but the flash frame of it right up in your face before you get chomped just makes me laugh. 3D Monster Maze may not feature any aspects of Dino Crisis or Jurassic Park, if only by virtue of the fact it predates both by many years, but as an example of dinosaur horror, I can't think of a better baseline. Which is really funny, because creating a horror game was not Malcolm Evans' intent at all when he made 3D Monster Maze. I said before that 3D Monster Maze doesn't really fit the modern definition of an indie game, but its development does share a lot of spiritual similarities. Malcolm Evans recounts in an interview with SockMonsters.com that he began work on the game partly as a joke to make use of the ZX81 his wife got him as a present, and partly as a professional challenge, since he'd been told time and again that men his age don't get into software programming. He built the maze just to see if he could, and indeed admits, quote, "I was learning to program more than writing a game," end quote. When publisher John Gray suggested adding a monster, Evans chose a T-Rex based on one of his children's books, and once it was in the game, it scared the hell out of him too. Quote, "Quite a few times the monster would come up to me with absolutely no warning whatsoever, and I'd jump out of my skin," chuckles Evans. His wife's reaction to his plight was unsympathetic. She'd burst out laughing. The realization had dawned though that he had literally created a monster, end quote. That's the reason behind the on-screen messages, to give you a fighting chance. Overall, the interview's an interesting read, but the biggest bombshell it dropped for me is an aspect of the game that's completely lost through emulation. In the original release, when offered the chance to shut the game down and escape upon death, occasionally choosing to exit just wouldn't work. You'd be sent back into the maze with the Rex regardless, which only adds to the nightmarish tone of the game. Sometimes, it just won't let you leave, at which point the only way out is to reboot the ZX81. That's the sort of shit haunted game creepypastas are made of, and it was real. Quote, "There's something wicked about me, I think," end quote. It's not a part of 3D Monster Maze you can really experience anymore though, now that the ZX81 is as bygone a relic in technological terms as the Rex is chronologically. Still, the game is readily available to play online, both emulated and recreated, line of code by line of code. And if you're a survival horror aficionado, it's definitely worth a few minutes of your time, if only to show just how far the genre's come in 40 years. And just how much it stayed the same as well. I had never heard of 3D Monster Maze when I sat down to work on this project. I only learned of it through a viewer's recommendation when I asked for suggestions a few months back, and I'm really glad that I played it, because it's such a pure expression of what a horror game can be, stripped down to its most simple and terrifying parts. Whether or not 3D Monster Maze is the very first survival horror game, or the very first dinosaur horror game, doesn't really matter. What's important is that dinosaurs have been a part of survival horror since its earliest days, since before Dino Crisis, since before Jurassic Park, since before there was even a name for the genre, and that's a history and a legacy worth remembering. 3D Monster Maze may not be indie, but it's an essential part of the dinosaur horror game catalogue, a baseline of mechanics and experience upon which every subsequent title in this project would iterate, intentionally or not, knowingly or not. So it's a good thing then, that 3D Monster Maze is pretty great. "1916 Der Unbekannte Krieg", or 1916 The Unknown War, is a free online game developed by Kriegsgraben and Stormvogel. Released 30 years after 3D Monster Maze in 2011, 1916 is very much a continuation of the ideas featured in that foundational title. You're still dodging a wayward dinosaur out to get you in a nightmarish maze, only instead of a small carnival sideshow, you're trapped in the trenches trenches of the First World War. There's a battle raging all around you just above the trench line, but you've got more pressing matters to deal with. There's something in the trenches with you, and it's on the hunt. It's an already bad situation made even worse by the presence of a prehistoric predator, but at least your objective is simple. All you have to do to escape is find the ladder. I had never heard of this game when I started this project either. Like 3D Monster Maze, it was suggested to me by a viewer when I asked for dinosaur horror game recommendations, and now having played it, I'm kind of surprised I missed it. Indie games still hadn't quite grabbed my attention by that point in time, bar a few notable exceptions like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, but if any title could do it, it's definitely this one. 1916 is short and sweet, a bite-sized experience that you can knock out in less than an hour with a new spin on a very old set of mechanics, and nowhere is that more apparent than in the layout of its maze. We're well past abstract procedurally generated 16 by 18 tile grids. 1916's environment feels handcrafted with mechanical purpose and artistic intent. The trenches might feel like they run in random directions at first, and the way the passageways overlap and double back and bottleneck can be overwhelming when you're on the ground with a raptor nipping at your heels. But the place is also filled with landmarks and signposts to let you know exactly where in the maze you are if you're paying attention. There's nothing random about the layout. The environment persists across every single run, which makes the fact it's still easy to get turned around when you're under pressure that much more impressive from a design perspective, especially when you consider just how small the trench network is. The game does feature a map, but it's not one you can access with the touch of a button. It's a physical object out in the world that you actually have to find, and once you do, the illusion that 1916's trenches are some grand impenetrable maze just evaporates. Evaporates to the point I almost wish it hadn't been included at all, given the maze never actually changes between runs. But it's also the only reason I eventually found my way to the gas mask, because I am a fool. So maybe it's not such a bad idea after all. Yeah, I stumbled across the gas mask while exploring the trenches before I found the map. I even wrote in my notes, "Love the gas mask guy holding the door." What fucking door, my guy? And it gets even worse, because not only did I already know I'd need a mask given I'd stumbled across a section of the trench choked with extra spicy mustard gas like 3 minutes beforehand, but the game just tells you you'll get one in the main menu. I still can't believe I bumbled right on past it the first time I found the gas mask. But I also think it speaks to how engaging the maze is to navigate without any kind of map. The impression of the space might be diminished the second you see a proper layout of the place, but when it's just a vague outline in your head or a bunch of scribbled lines on a notepad, it's able to maintain that sense of nightmarish abstraction. It's still able to feel big and complicated and dangerous. Even if you don't commit the trenches to memory, 1916 does a pretty good job of keeping you informed of where you are. Each section of the trench is named, and there are signposts all over the place directing you to Claudia, or Vorat, or Wilhelmina. The corpses that litter the trenches are all uniquely arranged too, as are the boards that crisscross no man's land up above, and the mangled wreckage of war machinery that smashed through the walls and caught on fire. It's a lot of information to take in at first, but it does stick. I became best friends with the couple holding hands on the way to Vorat and Wilhelmina, and these guys cowering around the Claudia loop. Even though the trenches all kind of look the same, they run and curve in slightly different ways that grow familiar the more you're chased through them, though that happened surprisingly little. The raptor hunting you at the heart of 1916 mostly stuck to scripted appearances. I rarely, if ever, stumbled across it while exploring on my own. As with most horror game monsters, the threat of it was ultimately much more effective than any actual encounter ended up of being, with the exception of its introduction. You see it slinking around a corner at the very start of the game, and then you catch a glimpse of it zooming past a junction, and you have no other choice but to follow it, so you know it's coming, and then suddenly it's there right in front of you. But the second that sequence of events ends, the raptor loses all of its bite. You can try to run, but it'll just chase you down and bite your face off. Even if the player character didn't have the stamina of a sloth and could run for more than a few seconds at a time, once the raptor has your scent, it will chase you down to the ends of the earth. There is no escaping it on foot. The only way to get past it is to distract it with a free meal, and the trenches are overflowing with your fellow soldiers more than willing to lend a hand. It's not picky though. Trenchfoot and boot leather are just as good if you're short on fingers to toss at its talons, which is why I spent most of the game carrying around stolen body parts as a distraction. You won't have the chance to harvest more if the raptor's already decided you're on the menu. There might be spare limbs all over the place, but ripping them off the bodies spread across the trenches takes time, and the big lad is ever so slightly impatient. He's been scoffing down one too many officers as well, because the boy is thick. The only way around him is the long way. You won't be slipping past him while he's distracted, which is another reason why it's so easy to get turned around in 1916. There are a couple of other ways to deal with him, though I don't find them particularly useful. The flares were sort of okay, since they're functionally identical to the body parts. They might actually be better since you can carry a few at a time, and picking them up is instant. But I don't know. It's not the same. I always defaulted back to a hand or a boot. But at least I did feel compelled to use the flares when the need arose. I never used the rifle. Not because it's slow, or because you can only carry a handful of bullets at a time, though both of those things are true, but because, as far as I could tell, it just didn't do anything. I wasn't expecting to blow the raptor's brains out the second I picked up a gun. 1916 is a horror game after all, but I thought it might at least stun it for longer than a second, or scare it away, or do something. And since you don't have any real way to aim, I'm honestly not sure if I was even hitting the damn thing at all. Given picking up the rifle triggers another one of those scripted events that pulls the raptor over to you, in later runs, I just ignored it completely. Normally I really enjoy the presence of weapons in horror games with invincible enemies, because they offer a level of false comfort that only adds to the tension of any given encounter when they inevitably fail to kill the monster, but that still requires them to function. Maybe I was just using it wrong. After a while it got too frustrating to trek out to the corner of the trenches where the thing's located to keep testing, but either way, I had much more success using flares and body parts to keep the raptor at bay than I ever had with this stupid thing. This never would have happened if I had a shotgun. But like I said, most of the time, I never ran into it at all. I don't know whether it's set to prowl certain parts of the trench specifically, or if its AI sometimes just wedges the boy into a corner like with 3D Monster Maze's T-Rex, but it just wasn't particularly present, which did make the occasional encounters I had with it more intense, but also made its scripted appearances very obvious. It's easy to lose track of with all the war going on around you just how quiet the raptor can be. You can tell when it's around because it will make noise, and you'll definitely know when it's spotted you because it will throw its head back and let out a roar. But it can be surprisingly dainty when it's actually chasing you. More than once, I thought I'd outran the boy, only to get nipped on the arse a few moments later, and this despite the warning siren that plays when you've been spotted. It's the weakest aspect of 1916's horror, which is a shame, because otherwise, it's pretty great. You can hear the war going on all around you, people running across beams overhead, shooting, even the occasional artillery strike. which, much like they did in Amnesia the Bunker, made me jump way more than any encounter with the monster did. 1916's atmosphere feels balanced on the edge of a knife. You're trapped in a moment of calm in the middle of a war, and even if you escape the trenches and the raptor hunting you, that just means putting yourself at the mercy of no man's land, which is also something I said about Amnesia the Bunker, but it's a vibe that evaporates upon contact with the dinosaur, the same way the trench's nightmarish enormity vaporizes the second you take a look at an actual map. The Raptor does have a cool visual design if you do ever manage to get a good look at it, like it's encased in some diesel punk style suit of armor, but its movements are just a little too casual, and its vocalizations don't pop the way they really should. I do like that most of the time its vocalizations fade into the general ambience of war beyond the trenches. It does mean you have to pay attention to the soundscape to get by unnoticed, but again, most of your encounters with the thing will be scripted anyway, and if you actually do take a good listen to the noises the raptor makes, it just sounds like the cooing of some colossal pigeon. And the screech it makes whenever it spots you doesn't exactly inspire urgency. Most of the time you can barely hear it over the ambience anyway. But the Raptor is the one low point in what is otherwise pitch-perfect presentation. A lot of 1916 is carried by its sound design, as I've already described, which is true of most horror games, but it's got a really interesting visual style too. The whole game is monochrome, there's not even a hint of colour, which allows for bold outlines and deep textures that bring to mind heavily stylized comic books. Everything still pops the way it should. The detail in the limbs and the bullets and the trench walls contrast well with the black voids where faces should be, and it all ties in with the theme inherent in all World War I stories, that war is hell. The only criticisms I really have are it's not very well optimized. You've probably noticed how jittery the game can still be, and my god, the running animation is nauseating. I don't often get motion sick in games. I can count the number of titles that made my inner ear walk out in protest on one hand, but 1916's just about pushed it to a second. Needless to say, there isn't much Dino Crisis or Jurassic Park in 1916. The game is about as far removed from those two franchises in setting and tone as you can get. The only thing all three really share is the same thing they also share with 3D Monster Maze, a dinosaur hunting you through a man-made labyrinth. It has a lot more in common with that weird brief wave of games and memes and artworks of dinosaurs fighting in World War II, such as Dino D-Day, that popped up in the early 2010s. As a horror experience, I'd say it succeeds more as a First World War title than a dinosaur one, and that's fine. World War I has always been sorely underrepresented as a setting in horror fiction, possibly because it's already enough of a horror story on its own. No supernatural or monstrous elements necessary, though games like Conscript have proven a purely psychological take on the conflict can work. In 1916's case, it's the fact the war ambience was simply more effective at getting my hackles up than the Raptor ever was that makes it more compelling as war horror than dinosaur horror, which was also partly true of Amnesia the Bunker. That game did a great job creating an atmosphere of war horror, but kind of fell apart whenever the monster was called upon to deliver more immediate scares. In fact, there are so many similarities between 1916 and the Bunker that it almost feels like Frictional found this old indie game and said, "This is mine now." It's not just the setting or the gameplay loop of hide and seek, or the small mechanical ways you can keep the otherwise invincible monster at bay, such as flares or firearms you have to load one bullet at a time, or the aforementioned atmosphere, or the fact both throw you into a trench in their opening moments. The two titles just have an almost identical game feel. It's almost uncanny, though as a result, it does mean 1916 actually succeeds at portraying the player character's body beneath you when you look down. You even get to check how much shit you've got stuffed into your belt that way. So, I guess a little bit of Trespasser did sneak in regardless, even if it was unintentional. One thing that does actually set 1916 apart from Amnesia the Bunker is that you're playing as a German soldier. That isn't a Kriegsraubvogel hunting some poor French twink through the trenches, it's a rapace de guerre on the prowl for German sausage. You can find a bunch of notes posted all over the trench, but none of them are translated into English, or any other language, which does make sense. It would be weird if all these notes written by German soldiers were in English, but that doesn't make it any easier for my monoglottal ass to critique them. Nice pictures though. 1916 might be committed to some amount of historical authenticity, but it's still willing to shove mechanical tutorials down the player's throat. This picture on the note right at the start all but spells out how you're meant to distract the raptor stalking through the trenches. It's able to convey even more about the situation you're in without words, but those are things worth experiencing yourself. So if you don't want to be spoiled on what else 1916 or Amnesia the Bunker has to offer, go to here. One thing about your situation that quickly becomes apparent, and has been an absolute bastard to edit around, is the fact you're not being hunted through the trenches by one raptor, you're being hunted by two. The presence of a second raptor does make each run more intense. There's always the chance you might escape one, only to fall into the jaws of the other, but in my experience, that only really happened during scripted moments. Raptor 1 usually stuck to Dathal, while Raptor 2 ran circuits of Claudia, and very rarely did they manage to pull off a naturally occurring pincer move. Even when they do catch you together, they can't coordinate their attacks. The game actively has to place them on either side of you to make them work together, and it is really cruel about it too. More than once, it threw a raptor at me for a jump scare, and then placed the other just far enough down the trench in the opposite direction to trick me into running right into it. The game does this after you find the itty bitty baby bunker in Claudia, it does this the second you pick up the gas mask in Vorat, and it does it right in front of the ladder that ends the whole experience too. That has to be the cheapest the game gets. You've just made it past the pair of raptors gunning for you at Vorat, you've just made it through the cloud of gas choking up Wilhelmina, and before you can even pull the damn mask off, suddenly they're just on top of you again anyway. Not only does one casually stroll out of the smog to chase you down this lane of corpses, but the other is hiding just around the corner at the end of the trench to pounce on you the second you run out of stamina on your way to the ladder. 1916 is such a short experience that I'd hardly call it a deal breaker, but the bottleneck at the end does come off as cruel. The chase through the gas served well enough as a climax on its own. These forced, artificial pack hunting tactics really soured me on 1916 after a while, since the game just doesn't feel built to accommodate them. As I said, the only reason they happen at all is because scripted events dictate that they must. One never stood in place to draw my attention while another snuck up behind me. One's call never drew the other over to join the hunt. It's an illusion of a coordinated attack, one that doesn't come off as convincing even in the moment. It's the reason why in later runs I just gave up on going for the rifle and instead headed straight for the gas mask. I didn't see any point in collecting the weapon, especially when it never seemed to do anything anyway. What 1916 does much better is integrating the dinosaurs into the context of the First World War. Perhaps this is elaborated upon in the documents you can find around the game, I don't know. But even without a word of exposition, 1916 makes it clear trench-bound velociraptors are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to allied creatures of war. Stumbling across this dead Triceratops in an out-of-the-way corner of the trench was such a great moment. Like, oh shit, this is normal. It says so much while saying so little. It explains why the battle going on around you hasn't stopped at all despite the presence of prehistoric monsters. It explains why there are no trench rats anywhere in the game. It even explains the armored design of the raptors. It's just a great idea. And again, evokes that brief but interesting trend of war dinosaur content. It's something the ending runs with too. Once you climb climb the ladder and escape, the Raptors are just as present in No Man's Land as they were in the trench. Not that the ending is much of an escape. Our hapless German makes it about 10 meters before an artillery strike blasts him out of his boots, presumably to his death, though that might actually be preferable to the offered alternatives. Or, you know, maybe it's all in this guy's head. Amnesia the Bunker ended on a very similar note, which is another reason why I can't help but wonder if Frictional copied 1916's homework, though I think the abrupt conclusion works better here, given overall it's a much shorter experience. Anyway, you could probably find even more similarities if you dug deep enough. The maps look kind of similar, both have an area with an important room that plays diegetic music, both games even feature a surprise secret second human survivor. I guess ultimately there are only so many ways to do a first-person survival horror game set in World War I, and in fairness, Frictional's The Bunker does offer a much larger and more complex mechanical experience. But the fact practically all of 1916 is represented in that later title in some form or another does stand out, even at a distance. About the only thing The Bunker didn't take is a second monster, unless you count the rats. 1916 Unbekannte Krieg is a perfect example of everything the indie horror video game scene was back at the start of the 2010s. Short, simple, sweet, and spooky, at least until the monster shows up, which is a shame, because it's an interesting take on not only dinosaur horror, but war horror as well. In terms of tone and atmosphere, it's pitch perfect, but the Raptor at its heart is simply missing something, be it urgency in its attacks, or presence in its vocalizations, or variety in its mechanical behaviors. And not only does that make each encounter with the beast less engaging than it could be, but causes it to fall flat in terms of scares too, even when compared to 3D Monster Maze's T-Rex. That said, it's short, and it's free, and it draws an interesting line across decades back to its spiritual predecessor. The Raptor might not be worth much in my opinion, but I'd still recommend 1916 on the strength of its atmosphere and presentation alone. It took a lot of familiar elements and tried to turn them into something new, and while I don't think it ultimately succeeded at everything it was trying to do, it's still worth remembering as one of the earliest modern indie titles to take a crack at dinosaur horror. A quick YouTube search reveals it was part of that first wave of horror game Let's Plays, and while it may not have had the staying power or influence of something like Amnesia the Dark Descent or Five Nights at Freddy's, its inclusion at all is still significant. It may not have kicked off a new wave of dinosaur horror games, but at least it kept the beacon burning in the 19 long years between Dino Crisis and the next title in this video.
Hey Maddie, we're almost at the campground and about to lose reception, so I just wanted to check in. It's so beautiful out here. Just keep following that logging road till you see the sign for Oakwood. It's been abandoned for a while, so hopefully it's not too hard to miss. We're supposed to lock the fence behind us, but we'll leave the key out for you. Be safe on your way up here, and we'll see you tomorrow. Can't wait!
Oakwood is a frustrating game. Developed by Breaking Dimensions and Polygon Dust in the Unity engine and released in 2018, it actually predates the current wave of dinosaur horror by several years. And when it first came out, I remember thinking, finally, this is what I've been waiting for. But then I played it and... Alright, let me start again. Oakwood puts you in the shoes of Maddie, a young woman looking to meet up with some friends at the titular camping ground in some remote corner of the British Columbian wilderness. What should be a quiet weekend away quickly becomes a fight for survival once she runs into the locals, and that's about all the setup you get. And to be fair, it is a good setup. When you think of dinosaurs in the present day, it's hard not to imagine a lush tropical jungle close to the equator, or the sterile white halls of a laboratory stained blood red by some experiment gone wrong. So swapping all that out for the misty woods and timber lodges of Western Canada is actually pretty compelling. Oakwood takes its time setting the scene before letting the raptors loose, too. You start off outside the campground, and have to walk a while to even reach the gate. It's not the sort of huge distance you'd encounter in real life, and the gate is hardly as impressive as the one found in Jurassic Park, but it all serves to create a sense that something about all this is off. And that feeling only grows stronger once you start to notice all the missing persons posters plastered about the place. By the time you actually reach the campsite, it's no surprise that the place is deserted. The further you venture, the worse things start to look. And I'm not talking about how the game starts to chug around this lake for some reason. It's quiet and it's dead, but that is about to change. The sequence culminates in a fantastic moment of tension, as you're hunted by a Tyrannosaurus Rex that has cornered you in this abandoned trailer. It's dark, random shit is rolling right off the shelves as the Rex draws near, and then suddenly it's there, staring in through the window. The awkward, janky way it moves only makes it more unsettling. It's great, and the second you move, the second you switch on a light, all bets are off. It's a great climax on which to end the game's opening level. It's an obvious homage to one of the Lost World Jurassic Park's best set pieces, and given how criminally underrepresented a moment it is in the franchise's own licensed games, it's great to get the chance to play it out here in first person. It's heavily curated in the way you're locked to a tiny space inside the caravan, so that every beat of the scene can play out in the right order without the player fucking it up in some way, but that doesn't make it any less effective the first time through. It is also, unfortunately, where Oakwood peaks as a game. I really wanted to like Oakwood, and for the first 10 to 15 minutes, the time it took to reach this bit in the trailer, I really did. I fucking loved it. When I came back to the game for this video after not playing it for years, I thought, this is way better than I remember. I must have been in a bad mood that day or something. But sadly, no. Oakwood starts off great, but the second you exit this trailer, all that starts to change. Which is not to say there aren't any more good set pieces or clever ideas. There absolutely are, but they're never as polished as the game's opening again. The longer Oakwood went on, the less I enjoyed it, and by the time I reached the end, I was more than happy for it to be over. And to put into perspective how damning a criticism that is, the game is barely an hour long. Seeking out all the game's collectibles might run you up an extra hour or so, but if you're just here for the story, you can get through Oakwood very quickly. It feels like a proof of concept, or a prologue for something larger. But no, this is the whole game, and it still outstayed its welcome, or at least it did for me. I wanted to start off the chapter on Oakwood singing its praises, because the opening is genuinely very good. It's nothing you haven't seen before, but it hits all the right beats in the correct order for a horror story, and more importantly, it lets you linger. You can take your time to explore. You can look through the abandoned camp and the surrounding woods for as long as you want. Or you can ignore all that shit and rush ahead to see what's next. The choice is yours, and you won't be punished for it. The same can't be said for the rest of the game. Oakwood is an aggressively linear title that is very bad at communicating where you're meant to go. At best, that might mean getting stopped dead by an ankle-high obstacle while running for your life from a rampaging dinosaur because the game didn't give you a clear escape route. At worst, it's getting stuck for several minutes in a tiny slice of the great outdoors because even though there's a single narrow path to follow and no side areas to explore, there's nothing to actually tell you you're headed in the right direction. People give the Yellow Line school of game design grief for being insultingly obvious, but moments like this make me wish the dinosaurs had slathered Oakwood in tins of reflective paint just to give me an idea of where the hell I was meant to go. And that was after I cranked up the brightness to max. The frustrating part is, sometimes Oakwood gets it right. Sometimes the game can communicate clearly where you're meant to go, what you're meant to do. too, even if sometimes it might as well have to put you on rails to get the point across. But far more often, it just feels like you're fumbling around in the dark. And you kind of are. Once you make it past the opening and the sun sets, you pretty much spend the rest of the game stuck in an impenetrable layer of fog. The torch they give you certainly doesn't help. I hope you're ready for me to bitch about the absolute state of the torches in most of these games, because fuck me, they suck. In Oakwood, it feels more like it's projecting a round texture of light onto whatever's in front of you, rather than illuminating the area like an actual torch would. There are some places that are rendered so dark to begin with that the torch doesn't actually help you see any better. It's easier to just crank up the gamma until your skin starts to burn. The interiors were really bad for this. In fact, this is like the only flashlight I've ever come across to work better outdoors, without walls and surfaces to bounce photons off and make things brighter, because the texture of light it seems to be projecting can travel further before getting interrupted. You at least don't have to keep feeding it batteries like you might in other games, but given how wretched it is, I wouldn't actually care if you did. The torch does still die, but it's a scripted demise toward the end of the game, and when the light goes out, it's clearly meant to leave you feeling vulnerable, but I felt completely ambivalent to its passing. It's that useless. Finally, a well-lit room. Motherfucker. The odd thing is, the janky lighting does actually add to the atmosphere at certain points. Oakwood's got vibes, the opening proved that, but you've got to hunt for them the rest of the game. This dropped torch in a barricaded room with scratch marks on the door, this fetid pool outside the lodge, this jeep abandoned by a waterfall, a raptor slinking across a fallen log, a Dilophosaur tearing into a corpse in the darkness. They're all great moments that make clear the pit of death and decay you've accidentally wandered into. Oakwood can look really good when it tries, but unfortunately, it very rarely does. In fact, I think it is so dark a lot of the time to hide the more obvious visual problems, like the way trees will just pop in and out of existence from a certain distance away, something that's on full display anyway in Oakwood's opening hike. Overall, I wouldn't say the game looks bad. For a free-person game, I really like the visuals. You just never get the chance to see them through all this gloom. The environments at the very least look perfectly fine during the well-lit prologue, and while the indoor areas have that uncanny valley artificial cluttered feel of some games, that doesn't make them bad, it only adds to the atmosphere. The dinosaur models would probably come off as a bit plastic if you ever saw them up close, but I also think hiding them behind a veil of darkness was a mistake. Oakwood makes up for it when it comes to sound though. The vocalizations of every raptor in any movie or video game are ultimately an echo of Jurassic Park's own prehistoric antagonists, but Oakwood does a good job of putting a new spin on things. The shrieking, and especially the sniffing, and especially the sniffing, feel purpose-made to stun you like a deer in the headlights of an oncoming truck. In fact, you hear them far more than you ever see them. Oh fuck. You'll always know when they're around, but if you can actually make them out through the gloom, it's usually too late. You're doomed. The T-Rex and the Dilophosaur are a little more generic, but given how rarely you encounter them, that's not really a huge issue. The Raptors have enough personality to carry the sound design on their own, as far as the enemies go. They're loud in the mix too, which is certainly a contrast to the rest of the game. Oakwood is usually pretty quiet, to the point that it's unsettling. The opening hike features birdsong and the buzz of woodland insects. But once the dinosaurs arrive and the sun goes down, an eerie silence settles over the campground, broken only by the rustle of tall grass, crickets, and your own footsteps. A constant musical drone keeps the tension high, though it can get a little more energetic during a chase. It's good stuff. That said, it's not perfect. Maddie sounds like a fucking robot crawling through the vents. No wonder the raptors keep finding her. There isn't much voice acting, but what's there is fine. It certainly doesn't ruin the mood.
Oh my god, Madison! Is you? I see you from over... If you can hear me, I'm on the caves up ahead. But be careful, there's one of those giant things that... Somehow I snuck by it without it noticing. I'm gonna go up ahead and see if there's a place to hide. Please, be careful.
Like I said, Oakwood is pretty good at creating an atmosphere, it's just really bad at sustaining it. There is one game in particular Oakwood is aiming to be, and it ain't Dino Crisis. Outlast seems to be the primary inspiration. Something that becomes painfully obvious when you consider how both are incredibly linear games set in remote rundown locations with a handful of collectibles to find along the walkways between the big horror set pieces featuring charismatic predators. Oakwood as a title even has the same number of letters and syllables as Outlast. In fact, if you write out Oakwood backwards, it spells Outlast. English is such a wild language. The only thing missing is Outlast's found footage video camera gimmick. And even then... And this isn't meant as a criticism or anything, the original Outlast is a great game. The similarities are just very obvious, even without the found footage elements. And to Oakwood's credit, it does a pretty good job of emulating that style of linear horror game design, but it also falls into many of the same traps too. You're not so much playing Oakwood as dancing to its song, and if you miss a step in the choreography, you are going to pirouette directly into the open mouth of a waiting raptor. There are times when Oakwood gestures at greater mechanical depth and player freedom, like one set piece where you have to turn a bunch of switches in a sewer maze while hunted by a Dilophosaur, or these bushes in the mid-game which will spawn raptors if you get too close. But that's the extent of the game's forays into true interactivity. There's no combat, there's no health system, there's no inventory management, there are barely even stealth mechanics. Oakwood is here to give you a scripted experience, and when it hits its stride, it can be really engaging, like the Rex attack on the van, or your journey through the community hall kitchen while hunted by a pair of raptors, or this race through an open field of long grass. But when you miss a cue because the game has poorly communicated where you're meant to go, or what you're meant to do, or it all ends abruptly after a long stretch of build-up, or there's a more obvious way forward that the game isn't looking for, it can be very frustrating. And it is. It's frustrating that the game expects you to run through a door you can't even see when first confronted by a raptor, and blocks the more obvious path back through the kitchen with an ankle-high step. It's frustrating that it's so dark you can't see anything most of the time, even when the game gives you a torch. It's very frustrating to come across these rocks but be denied any way across them, even though a quick scramble up the slope would be way quicker and way safer than tracking down a fuel tank to knock this fence down with an abandoned car. Not that I'm really surprised though, because this game cannot handle slopes. God damn. Taken on their own, none of these things seem like much, but they all add up over time, and are, ultimately, why Oakwood lost me. It's also why I never bothered to play through the game again to find all the collectible totems. It doesn't seem possible that a game this short could outstay its welcome, but it does, and I have no desire to go through it again. As an Outlast-like, Oakwood is very rough around the edges, but as a dinosaur game, Oakwood is very rough around the edges. There are only 3 to be found. A pack of raptors that chase you across most of the game, a single Dilophosaur you meet exactly once, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex that pops up a handful of times for a couple of set pieces. You don't need a huge roster of prehistoric monsters to be a good dinosaur game, but the ones you do include should be used used well, and to Oakwood's credit, they mostly are. The raptors have the most personality out of all the dinosaurs, and it's not even a contest, but only when they're off screen. Oakwood's raptors are best heard and not seen. They can be pretty creepy when they're sniffing around on the other side of a kitchen cabinet, or when you catch a glimpse of them creeping through the darkness, or when they're racing up behind you to bite your head off. But in the few situations where one is dumped in front of you, all it'll do is pad over like a curious cat, and that's kind of it. All of the violence is implied through the game over screen. Oakwood would require deeper mechanics to even facilitate more enemy behaviours anyway, but as it is, it's still a little undercooked. I don't see the same menace in the way the raptors move as I can hear from them when they're out of sight. Even a slight increase in speed when they charge you down would go a long way to make them more intimidating. The opposite was true of the Dilophosaur and the T-Rex. They were unsettling whenever I could see them, I just very rarely did. Overall though, I wouldn't exactly call the game scary, even if it did manage to get me with a jump scare. And I don't think those should count. There's not much Dino Crisis in Oakwood besides the focus on raptors as enemies, but there is quite a bit of the Jurassic Park films, and it was great to play through set pieces inspired by scenes from them like the Rex attack on the trailer, or a raptor race through a field of long grass, or a cat and mouse hunt through an empty kitchen. All the dinosaurs have very Jurassic Park designs, the Dilophosaur especially with that frill. Hell, you even have your first encounter with the raptors in a kitchen, and you spend it ducking around corners and hiding behind obstacles. You even use the timer on a microwave to draw their attention so you can slip by unnoticed. For all I've dragged Oakwood, it also has the odd distinction of being the first dinosaur horror game since Dino Crisis 2 to get a mechanical encounter with a Tyrannosaurus Rex right. It's so good in fact, I'm going to put it behind the spoiler break, so if you don't want to learn Oakwood's dark secrets, go to here. Okay, they're gone. Oakwood's last mechanical hurrah comes here in this valley. Like every part of the game, it's a linear run from point A to point B, and there's very little cover. So when you see the Rex appear out of the fog, you might think, oh shit, I'm toast. Until that tooltip fades in to tell you to remain absolutely still. You don't need to be stealthy when the Rex's vision is based on movement, though maybe it just can't see anything either through all this darkness. I love this little set piece, dumb as it is. In real life, Tyrannosaurus Rex had some of the best vision of any dinosaur. The idea that it could be defeated by a determined player of red light, green light, or 3, 2, 1 stop, or whatever your regional name for the game is pretty absurd. So absurd, in fact, that ever since Jurassic Park popularized the idea in 1993, the franchise has mostly abandoned it. The Lost World dropped it in both the book and the film. None of the games have ever utilized it mechanically, and when you think about it for more than a moment, obviously an apex predator isn't going to have vision based on movement, but that doesn't mean it can't still make for a tense set-piece moment here in Oakwood. I only wish it was longer. You don't even get to have that much of an encounter with the Rex before one of Maddie's friends gives her away via radio, and it chases you across the rest of the gully. And as soon as you get through this valley, that's it. That's the end of the game. And what an odd ending it is. You enter this clearing ringed with totems made from skulls, and filled with the shallow graves of all who have come through Oakwood before you. This hasn't been a fight for survival, but a ritual sacrifice, and you're the offering. The game ends with Maddie cornered by the T-Rex and the pack of raptors, having been unwittingly herded right into their trap, and then... that's it. Wait, what do you mean that's it? You can't end it there. What's going on? What's with the ritual? Why are there a bunch of dinosaurs sacrificing people in the British Columbian wilderness? This isn't an accident or one-off thing either. People have been getting lured out here for decades to be sacrificed to Raptor Jesus. These dinos are organized. I have so many questions, but the game has so few answers to give unless you're willing to go full lore goblin mode. The twist that you're walking yourself right into a trap is actually pretty well set up with all the missing persons posters, and the strange instructions about how to reach the campground, and the fact Maddie's friend was contacted out of the blue with an offer to come stay at Oakwood over the weekend. It's the sort of twist that you can only really see coming in hindsight, but aside from the grand reveal in the game's closing moments, you never get any sort of context for it, which I think is a shame, because dinosaur horror is already rare enough. Dinosaur folk horror is something I've never seen attempted outside of this game, and like the Canadian setting, it does put a pretty interesting spin on an old formula. I'd hesitate to say I wish there was more Oakwood given I didn't really enjoy what little already exists, but it's certainly open to expansion, and I'd be curious to know what the developers would do with the setting given the chance, if they had any answers in mind when they made the game, or if they felt it just made for a fun twist. If you are absolutely desperate for more Oakwood, you can always go hunting for the collectible totems. I only found a couple in my playthrough. Naturally one was in the toilets, and naturally I picked it up for a closed cubicle door, as if you needed any more confirmation that this game is beautiful indie jank. But if you find them all, Oakwood will treat you to a super secret bonus area with a super secret fourth dinosaur, but I'll leave that up for you to discover yourselves. I've certainly had enough. What the hell? Oakwood feels like a prologue, or the first episode in an ongoing series, a baseline of mechanics and ideas from which to build into grander and more complex things, into something far bigger, but instead, this is all you get. I may not have enjoyed it all that much, but even I can see there's so much potential here, and going by user reviews on Steam, I'm in the minority. People seem to really like Oakwood, so I'm pretty shocked there hasn't been any sort of continuation, is what I was going to say, but then this project took so long to make that Breaking Dimensions and Polygon Dust actually have released a continuation, or at least a spiritual successor, called Rip Current. This is like the 6th time this shit has happened to me. What is going on? It'll even be available to play by the time you're watching this video, though at the time of writing, it's still a month away from release, and however Rip Current turns out is a topic for another day. As for Oakwood, because of my own thoughts, part of me wonders if the warm reception is only due to fans of dinosaur horror being so starved of newer titles that we'll take whatever we can get. But I also understand where those reviews are coming from, because when Oakwood hits its stride, it can be pretty atmospheric. It's just a little too janky and a little too linear for that to carry the experience for me, even with a completion time of under 60 minutes. That said, I still think it's worth playing for the mood and some of the set pieces. It's pretty cheap anyway, but I'd still recommend you get it on sale. Oakwood might not have been to dinosaur horror what Amnesia: The Dark Descent was to survival horror in general like I wanted, but it's a decent spin on Outlast, and it's certainly not the worst game I've ever played for this video even. It's short, it's creepy, it's bittersweet, it's frustrating, and I'm slapping Oakwood in D tier. D for Dinosaur. That's right, I'm ranking these games. Is that what the algorithm wants? I don't fucking know. Let's move on. Before I get stuck into fossil fuel, I've got a bone to pick with the engine it was made with, Unreal Engine 5. A handful of the games featured in this video were built with UE5, and I understand why, because it does seem pretty good at accommodating the large outdoor areas often required in dinosaur titles. It certainly does water very well, but I really can't stand it. It's not even the fact that a lot of developers really don't know how to optimize it, like really don't. I just think it looks ugly. There's something about the post-processing effects, the way it handles bloom and chromatic aberration and motion blur, and other similar options that just looks really unappealing to my eye. And yes, I do turn them off before sitting down to play UE5 games. This is one of the few situations where I'm not the guy shoving the stick through the spokes of his own bike. But FossilFuel might be the first game I've ever played to fight me on the decision. If you make any settings changes, they'll have to be repeated every time you boot the game up, because even after you hit apply, they won't be saved once the program shuts down. And if you think, that sounds a little jank, buckle up. FossilFuel is a self-described survival horror game from one-man indie developer Dangerous Bob, released on Steam in 2021, that at the time of writing this script has a rating of 69%. Nice. In truth, it's more of an action shooter that tasks you with escaping a top-secret research facility on a remote Alaskan island overrun with genetically resurrected dinosaurs. Why is there a remote Alaskan island overrun with genetically resurrected dinosaurs? Why are there genetically resurrected dinosaurs at all? To bring them back from extinction. Obviously. FossilFuel does have a plot, technically, but it's not really the focus. I'm not actually sure what is. Overall, it's a very confused game, though at least it's entertaining. FossilFuel only took me around 3.5 hours to complete, and most of that time was spent bent over laughing because I just could not believe what was happening. It froze so much at the wall, and so little of it sticks, but I had so much fun watching the game try out all these different set pieces and mechanics that I didn't really care how mediocre it probably is underneath all that jank. There's so much to go over, I'm not actually sure where to begin, so let's start with the obvious. FossilFuel is an unrepentant asset flip. Everything you see in the game was bought from the Unreal Engine asset shop. Dangerous Bob even lists the packs used in FossilFuel at the end of the instruction manual, and you can tell. There's a certain stigma around asset flip games, to the point the term itself is usually thrown around as an insult. But there's nothing inherently wrong with relying on pre-built models to build a game. If it ends up good in spite of an over-reliance on store-bought assets, who cares, right? And the pre-built assets featured in FossilFuel, for the most part, look good, so it's not even an issue of graphical fidelity, it's a matter of consistency. Everything in FossilFuel was built and sold in a vacuum, from the models to the environments to the enemy AI, and as a result, it simply doesn't cohere into a consistent style. You've got this huge sci-fi laboratory that from the outside looks like an abandoned bank fused to a barn and an old shed. There are dingy white rooms with wooden doors attached to sleek spaceship corridors, an old ornate chest of drawers in the middle of a sci-fi office, right across the hall from the most disgusting public toilets the UE asset shop has to offer. And that's not even getting into the level layouts, which, at best, look hacked together, and at worst, look hacked apart. Character models range from guys in hazmat suits, to weird sci-fi soldiers, to regular old Spetsnaz, to knockoff Iron Man, and there's nothing inherently wrong with any of these assets. But when they're all that's in the game, they don't create a strong sense of identity or tone. In fact, they can't. Their lack of personality is what makes them so versatile as pre-built assets to begin with. FossilFuel and games like it that rely on store-bought content would need far more original stuff to be able to bury how bland they are a lot of the time. Indeed, I don't remember much about how FossilFuel looked, but I will never forget some of the voice acting.
Am I coming through? We are cut off from the surface. Specimens are crawling all over this place.
Hey, do I look like I got time to talk all day? I just told you I'm busy.
You and Finley have always been a thorn in my side. I'm gonna put you with the dinos in the ground.
Or the readable documents, because they actually do have a personality. Quote, perhaps using spider DNA to fill in the genetic gaps of Meganeuropsis was a bad freaking idea, end quote. Sure, it's still janky. Finley sounds like he was voiced by a text-to-speech program, but it's certainly not bland. You've gotta be fucking joking. The same is true of a lot of the set pieces. The assets of which they're constructed might be store-bought, but the way Dangerous Bob chose to put them together is fucking bonkers in the best way. It's why I can't help but be charmed by Fossil Fuel, despite the fact in terms of presentation, it's just also forgettable most of the time. It's also really poorly optimized. That rant earlier about Unreal Engine 5 wasn't just to bitch about the weird quirks of the options menu. I encountered multiple periods of slowdown across Fossil Fuel, to the point some parts were genuinely unplayable. Turning the settings down to low did nothing. The game still chugged during the final area. It still turned into a slideshow during the snowfields. And from what I've read in patch notes on Steam, it used to be even worse. Kudos to Dangerous Bob for responding to criticism and adding options to try and fix the bad performance, but 4 years on and Fossil Fuel still runs really poorly some of the time. And that sucks, because the parts where it shat the bed were among its best in terms of gameplay. Gameplay that, funnily enough, has nothing to do with dinosaurs. Fossil Fuel is a game in the style of early 2010 shooters that claim to be about fighting some sort of monster, but are actually just trying to be Call of Duty. Think Aliens Colonial Marines with prehistoric fauna. The game eventually devolves into nothing but shooting galleries filled with soldiers and robots, but even before they show up on the scene, a lot of the prehistoric animals you encounter aren't actually dinosaurs at all. Titanoboa is just a big snake, Beelzebufo is just a big frog, Meganeuropsis is just a big bug, and mechanically indistinguishable from most xenomorphs in any game based on aliens too. They've even got a big queen. All of them might be real prehistoric animals, and it's neat to run into some obscure creatures, but let's not kid ourselves. They're only here because the assets were available. As I said with Oakwood, you don't need a huge roster of dinosaurs for your dinosaur game to be good, but for a title marketed as a dinosaur horror game, the fact they're grossly outnumbered by mutants and robots and soldiers and other big prehistoric creatures is really disappointing, especially considering Fossil Fuel actually starts off trying to be a survival horror game. The game begins with your arrival at the Sierra facility as the new game warden. What happened to the old game warden? It doesn't matter. You're set free to wander around and talk to a couple of NPCs, though you can't glitch your way anywhere you're not supposed to. It's all very SCP containment breach, right down to the fact everything goes wrong almost immediately. When you wake up, everyone's gone and everything's on fire. Alarms are going off, all the doors are locked, you have no idea what to do, but the area is small enough that it's easy to find your way to the next objective. And then you reach the kitchen, and it's a dino horror game. You already know what's going to happen. A raptor sneaks in, and you have to sneak out, and it's good, and it's intense. But what the game doesn't tell you is the second you leave the room, you're on a time limit. The raptor doesn't have to hunt you. It already knows where you're going. It doesn't matter what you do, where you try to hide. A minute or so after you leave the kitchen, it'll just beeline straight over and kill you. Oh. This was my first hint of Fossil Fuel's jank, but even once I figured out what was happening, the moment was still intense on repeat attempts. The first time I played through the game, I'd be busy exploring, looking for some way to escape or a weapon with which to defend myself, and then hear the click-clack of the raptor's claws drawing near, and realise I was doomed, which then led to the second hint of Fossil Fuel's jank, when I got wedged in a corner and the raptor got stuck on a desk, and we were locked in a stalemate of feathers and screams until I accepted the inevitable and reloaded the checkpoint. Eventually I figured out you needed to get these bolt cutters in a side room to open this inexplicably chained up wardrobe to get a gun, which then led to the third hint of Fossil Fuel's jank, when the raptor just barged in, carrying 2 doors on its fucking snout and killed me instantly. I think that's the point the game won me over. The huge crash of the door getting blown off its hinges, mixed with the leisurely stroll of the raptor like it's the damn Terminator, fucking sent me. That the doors don't burst into splinters but just come along for the ride is so perfect. I love it so much. Of course, once you do get the game's first handgun, that's basically it as far as Fossil Fuel being a survival horror title goes. It flirts with scares every now and then. The way you're introduced to the big bugs with one silently crawling across the ceiling at you was pretty creepy, but from the second you pick up a gun onward, Fossil Fuel chooses to be a shooter, and an extremely janky one at that. Take the enemies. The second they see you, all they do is rush you down. It doesn't matter if they've got claws and teeth or an AK-47. Running straight at you is their one and only reaction to the player's presence. The stellar AI promised on the Steam store page simply isn't present. I never noticed a Raptor actually looking for me, or a team of soldiers trying to flank me. Stealth was practically impossible when dealing with actual enemies, but piss easy when avoiding cameras and turrets, to the point I often forgot they existed anyway because blasting away the summoned reinforcements was always easier than trying to be sneaky. The enemies always attacked in single file and had no sense of self-preservation. They're so brain-dead, I'm honestly surprised they react to getting shot. You might think that would make the enemies boring to fight, but they're so quick and deal out so much damage when they do actually close the gap that it's less of a guaranteed win for the player than it could be. Don't get me wrong, the enemies go down easy once you pick up anything stronger than a pistol, but you've got to be just as quick on the draw to stand a chance against them. They often come at you in huge waves from multiple directions too, so you can't just wedge yourself into a corner and start blasting every time you see something move. You do have to think tactically just a little bit, especially since the janky AI can make enemies unpredictable. I spent like 10 minutes down in this cave getting ganked by raptors because I could never tell where they were coming from through the long grass, whether they were going after me or the deer left wandering around the place. There's a point in the late game where you can sick some bugs on a squad of unsuspecting enemy soldiers, and one always ran up the stairs to attack me immediately after. It was always the single poison bug too. The rest of them always stayed downstairs by their cage, and you always have to stay wary during boss fights since the game just loves throwing ads at you. And they're so fast, they'll usually come zooming out from under the boss to leap right in your face. You'll need good reflexes if you want to make it through Fossil Fuel alive, but you won't need to worry much about weapons. The game is overflowing with guns, to the point that you can find upgraded variants of certain weapons in literally the next room over from where you're given the standard versions. You find this shotgun outside of the Raptor paddock, and then you find a silenced semi-automatic shotgun inside the paddock itself, and once you've got it, there's no reason to ever use the original shotgun again. The silenced version is so much better. The same thing happens with the assault rifle. The original is leaning on a wall in the offices, and then an upgraded version with a silencer and a heat-seeking scope is located like 3 rooms away. Whoa! There are so many weapons in the game, I didn't even use half of them, no matter how many repeats of this machine pistol Fossil Fuel threw at me. There are fancy futuristic sci-fi guns, and boring conventional weapons, and combinations of the two, plus a bunch of repeats, like I said. There are so many, you'll never have enough inventory space for them all. In fact, once I found the silenced semi-automatic shotgun and its assault rifle counterpart, I just dumped the pistol and all its ammo, since I knew I'd never need them again. I probably didn't need the special weapons like the grenade launcher or the Magnum either. I just lugged them around anyway to have fun blowing shit up. It's a huge arsenal for such a short game, probably because they were all present in the weapons packs bought off the UE Asset Store, and waste not, want not, Dangerous Bob paid for them. They're going in, but so many serve the same function that the gunplay just ends up feeling generic. Why carry around a sniper rifle when you can 360 no-scope a dude 300 meters away with a fucking hand cannon? Why carry around a bunch of individual grenades when you can find a grenade launcher that requires far fewer resources? Why carry any of the melee weapons at all? You can find this axe right at the start of the game, and before I found a gun, it was sort of a comfort, but the enemies are too fast and dangerous to really make it worth your while. I would have dumped it along with the pistol and half the other early game weapons after a certain point, but you can't. You are not permitted to drop the axe, or any melee weapon for that matter, which really fucking sucks in a game with such obtuse inventory management. FossilFuel's inventory system isn't just reminiscent of modern Resident Evil, it is modern Resident Evil, right down to the way you get a good look at every new item when you pick stuff up. But the number of items you find is not balanced around the number of inventory slots you're given. You start off with 10. It's actually 8, which is even worse. But you'll hit that limit in no time at all, given every item takes up one slot, and nothing stacks automatically, if it even stacks at all. Each time you pick up a box of ammo, you'll need to manually combine it with more bullets of the same type, or it'll just sit in your inventory taking up its own slot, and even then, you can't stack that much. There will always be a small amount left over, like the game is giving you the finger, and healing items have their own issue. Sometimes you can find a first aid kit, but far more often you'll come across empty syringes and different serums. You've got blue for health and pink for poison, and each needle can only contain one. You can't combine them into an extra strong purple serum like you might in Resident Evil. You just have to pick one. Sometimes you find pre-filled needles, but they're rare. Far more common are empty syringes and little serum vials that you're not even able to stack. It takes up so much inventory space, and that's before you even consider that sometimes you'll need to carry around key items. If the maximum stayed at 10 inventory slots, it would probably be enough to make the game unplayable, but thankfully you can find upgrades throughout the game that increase it by 5. Wrong again, fucko, it's still 4. By the end of the game, I just imagine the player character carrying around like 20 backpacks overflowing with weapons and ammo. Anyway, these extra slots do mitigate the inventory management problem a little, but not as much as you'd like, because the deeper into the game you get, the more guns and gear you're going to have, and the balance stays a little wonky right to the end. The fact the extra slots don't actually appear on the inventory screen until you start to fill them is really weird too. I thought the game had glitched out and not added them, but no, don't worry, they're there. You can also buy extra inventory slots at the game's 2 shops. You can buy quite a lot at them actually, but the game is usually so generous in throwing extra ammo at the player that the backpacks and body armor are all the shops are really good for, at least on normal. By the end of this playthrough, I was carrying around something like 160 shotgun shells with room to spare for other supplies, and all of that was just stuff I picked up around the levels. The only time I bought anything other than those 2 things from a shop was when a big bug snuck up and poisoned me, and the area was just devoid of antidotes for some reason. Everything at the shops is ridiculously expensive, but Sierra credits, at least, don't take up extra inventory space, and you can't use money anywhere other than the shops too, so there's no risk of accidentally spending too much somewhere else. Though at the same time, once you pass the second store, the credits become functionally worthless. And I know you'll be too busy trying to figure out what the fuck the merchant is actually meant to be. Some sort of snake-robot hybrid? I don't know. But don't forget to pick up what you buy after you purchase it. It doesn't automatically get added to your inventory. You have to pick it up. Don't forget to pick it up! Don't! If your inventory does get too busy, at least you can drop most things you pick up. The only exceptions are extra gear, like backpacks and body armor, but that also, unfortunately, includes the game's torch. It might be a different engine, but FossilFuel's flashlight is just as bad as Oakwood's. In fact, it might actually be worse. What is that posture? FossilFuel can be a dark game, and the torch doesn't illuminate all that much from a distance, but it can also blind you if you get up close to a wall or the floor. Even turned off in the settings menu, the bloom is overwhelming. You do eventually get the option to replace it with night vision goggles, but they're not actually any better. You still can't see anything from a distance. It doesn't make the game brighter, it just puts a green filter over over everything. You can even use it outside in broad daylight, and nothing bad will happen. But once you make the switch, you can't actually go back to the torch, and I kind of wish you could, because as bad as it was, the night vision goggles are worse. The only redeeming aspect of the inventory system, and all the junk fossil fuel dumps around the place for you to fill the slots with, is that some of the special weapons are really fun to use. You can't jib enemies, unfortunately, but that doesn't matter when the grenade launcher buries them beneath a cloud of smoke. The flamethrower is strong enough to carve through whole swarms of raptors if you're up for a little dinosaur barbecue. A kill shot from the Magnum will send corpses ragdolling across the screen like the physics are broken, and for all I know, they are. But my absolute favourite weapon in the game is the anti-gravity grenade launcher, because just look at it. I will never get tired of turning enemies into balls, or watching corpses go spinning through the air. It's so much fun. It sucks that you get it so late in the game, and it sucks that I can't show it off more because of Fossil Fuel's performance issues. A close second has to be this tank the game gives you for one mission, but sadly, it's located in a part of Fossil Fuel where frames are illegal, so I can't really show that off either. It was great fun to use though, almost worth giving up the chance to get the grenade launcher. What a thrill. It was moments like that which ultimately let me overlook how generic and derivative so much of Fossil Fuel is. Like I said before, the parts with which the game is built might not have much personality, but the way they're put together absolutely do. The joyride you can take in the tank across the snowfield is just the start. Take this moment where you just fall through the floor into a boss fight with an Allosaurus. I haven't edited this footage at all. This is just how it happens. It was even more scuffed the first time I played the game, since for some reason it just stood in place and let me shoot it to death. And then, when I climbed back up to the offices, the floor had repaired itself, only to break again when I walked back over it, though sadly it didn't happen in this recorded playthrough. Or what if you hate fun and don't want to take the tank for a spin? There's actually two ways across the snowfield, and the other takes you through this random forest and set of frame-deprived trenches that holds your hand every step of the way with big obvious objective markers, and culminates in a boss fight with a drone. I assume if you make any wrong move, you're instantly obliterated by artillery fire, but with so many green objective markers around, I never bothered to check. It'd be absolutely impossible without them. There's nothing else suggesting where to go, which is probably why they were patched in after release, and while I'm glad Dangerous Bob listened to player criticism about the area, adding these markers renders it completely toothless. There's not even the possibility of challenge anymore. It solved the problem, yes, but in the jankiest way possible. Not every moment in the game is completely scuffed either. Take this bit where you have to crawl through some vents to physically remove a bit of debris gumming up the elevator machinery in order to escape the lab. That's actually a really fun idea behind this sort of level. Of course, after you get it working, the game hits you with a boss fight against the Queen Bug, which blocks your way back to the lift, despite the fact there's a huge fuck-off hole in the pile of rocks for you to crawl through, and then hits you with the same boss fight again in the next room, and it's just as easy. Oh, and who could forget, quote, perhaps using spider DNA to fill the genetic gaps of Meganeuropsis was a bad freaking idea, end quote. But for my money, Fossil Fuel's blurst set piece, the moment that sums up the entire experience, is the Raptor siege. I love the idea on paper. Having to hold the line against a swarm of raptors is something I've not really seen in any dinosaur game outside of extra arcade modes, but as usual, Fossil Fuel just can't quite pull it off the way it wants to. It's not like it starts off well and then ramps up into a brick wall of jank. It starts off scuffed with this tooltip telling you the NPCs in this area are friendlies, and I understand why it's there. You haven't seen any non-hostile soldiers since before everything went to shit. Plus, you've only just been introduced to the enemy forces attacking the facility. Wires are going to get crossed, but that doesn't make the solution any less hilarious. There's a bit of banter reminiscent of Aliens as the soldiers prepare for the worst.
Hey Sam, we got movement. heard. You're just reading me. No, this ain't reading right. They're all over the place. We got incoming. Lots of incoming.
You're given the chance to set up a defense by plopping down a gun turret and stocking up on ammo, and then the swarm arrives. This isn't a siege, it's a fucking tsunami. Your new best friends are shit out of luck. They don't stand a chance, and neither do you. The raptors never stop coming, no matter how many you mow down. At best, you'll make it about 10 seconds before getting overwhelmed. A brand new flamethrower and all the ammo in the world isn't going to change shit. The only way to survive the onslaught is to climb as high as you can, and even then, you're not making it out of this situation alive. There's no way to honestly engage with the set piece as a siege, but it is very funny to try. No, another big green objective marker points the way, because apparently a big X of hazard tape and a spotlight wasn't enough to direct you to this wall. The only way to survive the siege is by blowing the wall open with some nearby explosives. And just as a side note, the explosives in this game are really weird. They're not treated like grenades or satchel charges in other games. They're treated like any other weapon that you reload by combining gunpowder into them. It's not a bad system, it's just very odd, which would be fine, but this is the first destructible wall you come across. The mechanic's never been tutorialized, and indeed, only appears once more in the entire game. Not to mention, you're under a lot of pressure given the impending raptor swarm. Surviving the siege is a much clearer and more immediate objective than taking a chance on throwing some spicy Play-Doh at a wall. And even if you do, sometimes it just doesn't work. On one attempt in my original unrecorded playthrough, I placed the C4 on the wrong pixel, and thus the wall just tanked the explosion, and everyone died. Even when it does work, it's a fucking shit show. And assuming you don't accidentally blast your new best friends to bits breaking the wall open, they won't make it the rest of the way with you. The raptors will always catch up to them, and honestly, good riddance. I'm so sick of hearing Aliens quotes at this point. It's a fantastic movie, but the references are fucking insufferable. It's played out at this point. It's done. Quote Alien free, you fucking cowards. Anyway, the raptors will catch up to you as well, even if you go the distance. But if you manage to escape, you end up in this huge tunnel, and suddenly there's just a T-Rex the size of a fucking kaiju in the middle of a firefight, and what the fuck is going on? If you turn around, you can see the raptor swarm still chasing you on the platform below too. It's such a fucking mess. I love it so much. The perfect blend of a cool idea, executed in the jankiest way possible, and I wouldn't change a fucking thing. Why was there even a passageway on the other side of this wall? It doesn't go anywhere. Unfortunately, not all of FossilFuel's jank is quite as charming. Reloading a save can softlock you in certain parts of the game, because for some reason, doing so closes every opened door, and if the only way to open them in the first place is by flipping a switch on a wall in a previous area, then you're shit out of luck. You can't go back. You're just stuck. You'll have to reload an earlier save prior to that whole section and do it again to continue. This save point in the second shop is nothing but a trap for unsuspecting players. It's only useful if you've already done everything in the building and are ready to move on. Reloading saves also respawns any enemies you killed, so I almost bumbled right into a game over when these guys at the end of the second lab were there instead of the bugs I was expecting. What reloading a save doesn't restore is exploded walls. It does fix up the debris though, which is odd. There's also the fact that a lot of the pre-built maps are so big and sprawling that they don't really tell you where to go. I got stuck in frame hell for ages because I just couldn't figure out where I was meant to go to progress after all the enemies were dead. Even the movement is a little jank. Your jumps are tied to an XP system. The more enemies you kill, the more experience you get, the more levels you reach, the faster you can run and the further you can jump. But I never noticed that much much of a difference overall. The player character still couldn't outrun any of the enemies by the end of the game, and still couldn't jump for shit. It's such a nothing burger of a system that I actually forgot it was in the game at all until I went back over my notes while writing this script. And it's the same with the game's stealth kill system. I don't know if it's bugged or poorly balanced or what, but it's certainly jank. The deeper into fossil fuel you get, the crueler the combat encounters become too. There's an absolutely evil firefight after your first battle with a heavy soldier that basically shoves you up against the wall opposite a firing squad and says good luck. And who could forget the classic spawn in an overpowered enemy the second you pick up an item trick? If the game hadn't already tossed me the ability to spawn black holes at will, I have no idea how I would have made it through these bits. If not for the frequent checkpoints, I'd be a lot less forgiving. Something I can't let slide is the game's pretenses at being dinosaur horror. There's not much point in discussing how well Fossil Fuel captures the essence of Dino Crisis or Jurassic Park, because aside from a couple of obvious references like being stalked by a raptor through an empty kitchen, or the fact it takes place in a top-secret research facility, there's really nothing here to evoke the spirit of those other more famous franchises. I'm reminded more of games like Alien Isolation, or SCP Containment Breach, or Half-Life, or even something like Singularity, more than I am anything dinosaur specific, because despite its premise, Fossil Fuel isn't really a dinosaur game. It's just a game with dinosaurs. Of the roughly 20 NPCs you encounter in the game, 19 or so of which are actually enemies. 4 of them are dinosaurs. You've got raptors, naturally, some stegosaurs hanging out in the underground paddocks, a single allosaur underneath the offices for some reason, and the incredible shrinking Tyrannosaurus Rex. The T-Rex puts in a few appearances across the game, and the raptors are very common, at least until the siege, after which their numbers dwindle away to pretty much nothing. But the stegosaurs and allosaur both show up exactly once, and then never again. I guess there's also this flaming hot Cheeto raptor down in the paddocks too, but that's the only shiny in the game. Even then, it still just runs at you like every other enemy. There's nothing that sets the dinosaurs apart mechanically from one another, with the exception of the stegosaurs, and that's only because they don't do anything at all. It's really disappointing for a game that markets itself as a dinosaur horror title, especially since there are moments where their potential shines through. Fossil Fuel's dinosaurs are at their best when seen from a distance. The giant T-Rex stomping down the tunnel after the Raptor siege is one example, but there are others. When you first encounter the second lab, you can watch a trench full of soldiers try and fail to hold back a tide of raptors. Later on, you can find one snacking on a downed soldier outside a window. That sort of stuff is great, and I wish there was more of it. Which just leaves the writing, such as it is. Fossil Fuel isn't exactly a plot-heavy game. Most of the story is communicated to you through notes you can find around the facility, and the very occasional radio conversations with Lieutenant Finley and the program's director, Elon Musk. It's not bad. Like everything here, it's very janky in a charming way, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. Turns out the top-secret research facility cloning dinosaurs is up to some weird shit, breeding too many raptors for the hell of it. Oh, and of course, perhaps using spider DNA. It's the least fleshed out aspect of the game, but it is funny. I'm certainly not going to condemn Dangerous Bob for clowning on a guy like Elon, but at the same time, I'm not actually sure what causes the disaster at the start of the game, or who the people attacking the base are. I think they're Spetsnaz, and I think an EMP took out the power, and it might be some sort of inside job, but I'm genuinely not sure. It's all so oblique. But thin though the story is, there is still some stuff worth experiencing yourself. So if you don't want spoilers, go to here. Man, there's gonna be like 12 of these spoiler break things, huh? It doesn't take long to discover Sierra's dirtiest little secret. Elon Musk has got scientists trying to create dinosaur-human hybrids, and one finds you at the climax of the starting area. To put the moment in context, it's a whole looping journey through some laboratories and offices, and some underground paddocks, all for the sake of hitting a circuit breaker to get the elevator out of the area working. But once you return to the starting area, suddenly you're attacked by this fucking thing. A human dino hybrid called, and I swear I'm not making this up, Homo erectus rex. There's no build up to it, no indication that it's coming. It's just there. I missed the document down in the Raptor paddock foreshadowing that the facility is up to human dinosaur hybrid shenanigans on my first playthrough. This shit just happened to me, with zero context, and after you kill it, it's never brought up again, not once. The game just abandons the whole plot thread, which I think was a huge mistake. Having to fight off human dino hybrids would have been dumb. Absolutely, but at least they're dinosaur adjacent, unlike the enemies you do actually battle across the second half of the game. It's just such a wild thing to introduce right at the start, and an even wilder thing to completely forget about immediately after. These experiments are the reason the player character is here at all. You're only needed as the new game warden because the old one figured out what was going on and ended up killed so that Musk could keep it a secret. These experiments should be the focus of the story, not some random aside, not that scene in the room where Claudette casually tells Lisa, quote, "The results are in. I definitely have breast cancer," end quote. Only for the issue to never be brought up again. The more I think about it, the less sense the whole situation makes. The human dino hybrids don't come back even when the plot does come into focus in the game's final act. Instead, the ending is framed as a choice between siding with Lieutenant Finley to stop the destruction of the facility and preserve evidence of all the shady shit going on, or siding with Musk to let Sierra's nuclear reactor overload and bury the whole situation under a mountain of radioactive debris. And even then, the way you make the choice is extremely jank. The moment is telegraphed with a nice big tooltip, but in order to make one choice or the other, you can't just flip red for bad ending or blue for good ending. You have to manually stabilize or overload the reactor using the two switches, which is really unintuitive given the situation. If you flip red for bad, you have to wait about a minute before Musk radios you with a pat on the back, and if you go for the good ending, you actually have to balance the needle on a specific point, like it's a Resident Evil puzzle. And yes, of course this is the first puzzle of its kind in the game, was that ever in question? Even so, I do appreciate that you get the choice, janky though it is from start to finish. Anyway, once that's done, and you actually find your way to the exit, the game ends very quickly. Let's start with the bad ending, since it's shorter. Thankfully, the train tunnel is a safe haven for frames, so you don't have to suffer the rest of the game running like a slideshow, but it's still got its fair share of jank. For example, the 7-minute countdown timer you're given doesn't stop when you pause the game. At least the final boss against the T-Rex is over quickly. By this point, you should be armed to the gills. His 6-inch steak knife teeth aren't going to do shit at a distance. The poor fucker doesn't stand a chance. Anyway, you kill it, you get on the train, and you escape as the Sierra facility explodes. The end. A rank. Told you it was short. The good ending has a lot more content, and is way more difficult. You have to run through a gauntlet of soldiers and snipers and robots and tanks before you even reach the final boss, and dangerous as you are by this point, it's a tough fight. It doesn't matter how strong your own weapons are when your enemies can take you out in a single shot. It might actually be more difficult than the final boss itself, though at least it feels appropriately climactic. The final fight takes place in this walled-off airfield. Your main opponent is Elon Musk in his cyber tank, along with a couple of heavy ads who are honestly way more dangerous. Or at least they would be if I wasn't carrying around a gun that shoots portable neutron stars. The cyber tank constantly walks at you, but it only has one attack, slow-moving homing rockets that I think you're meant to shoot down, but are actually easier to just avoid with a little fancy footwork. With enough firepower, it'll go down as easy as all the other enemies in the game. In fact, the anti-gravity grenades can probably one-tap it if you get a lucky shot. I bullied this fucking thing up and down the airfield so hard, I actually beat the boss twice. Musk must be a sore loser because on my first successful attempt, a missile killed me after the fight was already over. I got the achievement and everything. The ending cutscene actually began to play before I was sent back to the start of the area to do it all again. I was fucking pissed, but I'm glad it happened because the second time, I bullied the bastard even harder. Took him out in like 5 shots. And the fight ended with Musk's corpse ragdolling out of the cyber tank onto the asphalt before the anti-grav grenades fucking pitched the thing right out of the arena. Eat dirt, dickhead, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, this is the ending cutscene. Oh, A rank. Fossil Fuel might not be very good, but it's certainly entertaining. I understand the mixed reviews because there is a lot of stuff here that can be very frustrating, not least of all the price. $29 Australian is steep for what is, in essence, an asset flip. And aside from all the other stuff I've already gone over, the achievements don't really work. It's a known bug, and still present in my experience despite patches trying to fix it. Either they didn't trigger it all, or I'd come back to the game later and suddenly get punched in the face with 5 or 6 at once. So if that's something that will bother you, you're probably going to have a bad time. But all that said, I still can't help but be charmed by Fossil Fuel. It kept me guessing the whole way through. I had no idea what to expect around any corner, and whatever I found usually had me doubled over with laughter. It wasn't what I wanted it to be. It certainly wasn't a spiritual successor to Dino Crisis, or even that much of a survival horror game, but it was fun. I'll give it that. Honestly, the jank was the best part. Without it, Fossil Fuel would be a very mediocre game. I still admire the attempt though, and have to give kudos to Dangerous Bob for listening to player feedback, patching in fixes to help make for a smoother experience, even patching out a multiplayer mode once it became clear it was dead. The Steam page even encourages players to make Let's Plays and reviews and stuff about Fossil Fuel, so... you're welcome. Fossil Fuel might be an asset flip, but I can still see the passion Dangerous Bob has for the game shining through its store-bought constituent parts. It even got a proper sequel in 2024, but we'll get to that game in the next part of this series. As for Fossil Fuel 1, I'm glad I played it, but I don't think I'll ever go back to it again. It is a beautiful janky mess, but it's not much of a dinosaur horror game, which means, unfortunately, I can't rank it higher than D. For Dinosaur. I wasn't the only one to be disappointed at Fossil Fuel's lack of dino survival horror gameplay, and to Dangerous Bob's credit, he took the criticism in stride. Fossil Fuel Raptor Isolation is a standalone DLC campaign with an emphasis on scares and stealth over action and combat, released 2 months after the base game in October 2021, made to cater to people like me who expected a little more survival horror in a self-described survival horror game. And on that front, it certainly succeeds, though in no less janky a way. Raptor Isolation gives you even less setup than the base game. The disaster that kicked off Fossil Fuel has already happened, but rather than in the labs up above, you're stuck in the sewers and infrastructure down below. There are no weapons to be found in this part of the facility, but that hasn't stopped the Raptors from finding their way inside. You've got nothing to defend yourself with but your wits, and no objective other than escape. In setup, it's very much reminiscent of old expansion packs like Opposing Force or Blue Shift for Half-Life. But in terms of gameplay, the main inspiration is in the name. Alien Isolation is the central reference point for FossilFuel's DLC, and you can see its influence running through the whole campaign. You don't face swarms of raptors. It's rare that you encounter more than one, and they actually have set patrols that you have to avoid. They're still extremely dangerous if they catch sight of you, but they don't just cheat while hunting you down like they did in the base game. They're not as observant either. The game was actually able to provide one or two intense moments while I crouched in a corner to let a patrolling raptor pass by. The raptors of the base campaign never would have been so accommodating. But I guess it must be hard to see when your eyes are constantly glowing orange. Raptor Isolation also adds in lockers that you can use to hide yourself when the patrols get a little too close, and while they were rare, they did help maintain a tone of horror over action. There are also certain moments where you can run across a raptor having a little honk shoe that you need to sneak past, which was a much welcome addition to enemy behaviour, even if I did instantly walk into some trash the first time I encountered one and immediately died. The lazy bastards can be hard to see too. I only noticed one was having a nap in the middle of an important thoroughfare after dying there 3 or 4 times, because I was so focused on the one busy patrolling up and down the area. It was still a surprise, but it didn't feel cheap the way so much of the base game could. One aspect of Alien Isolation's gameplay that didn't make the jump to Raptor Isolation is that you don't have any way to even deter your enemies. If they see you, it's over. You might be able to avoid them in cheeky ways by climbing up a ladder or jumping a gap, but the things can be just as clever in finding their way back to you. I once used a bit of collapsing catwalk to escape, only for the raptor to immediately zoom around the entire level to grab me from the other side. Another time I tried to use the same bit of collapsible catwalk to drop the raptor into a pit by luring it there while safe at a higher level, but of course it didn't work. And eventually it caught me anyway by camping the top of a ladder in a different part of the level. I understand they're meant to be dangerous and intelligent, but it was a bit crap that they never reset to patrolling after finding you. It would have been cool to wait them out for a second attempt through an area, or to toss some sort of grenade to send them running away for a bit. Even Outlast and Amnesia allowed the player to escape the monsters after being seen. That's simply not an option here. The closest I think you can get is by trapping the raptors down at the bottom of this silo, but only one ever jumped after me into it, and it was still there waiting to kill me when I looped back to the area again once I was inevitably caught by a different dino. To offset how dangerous the raptors are, you can find a motion tracker of sorts, but it's very jank. You pick it up like it's a piece of equipment, but it's not like an item you can hold or toggle on and off. It's just a little square in the bottom left corner of the screen that will light up if there's a raptor directly ahead of you. It doesn't matter if it's behind some boxes or several walls or on the other side of the entire game. If your reticule is resting on a loaded raptor, the tracker will go off. I did occasionally find it useful, but the raptors make so much noise anyway that even when they were patrolling out of sight, I usually had a pretty good grasp of where they were regardless. It's way too small for its intended purpose as well. It needed to be bigger, and the environments needed to be more complex for it to really come into its own as a mechanic. But I won't say it shouldn't have been included at all. Otherwise, everything else remains unchanged from the base game. The puzzles are slightly more complex, but that's about it. As a gameplay experience, Raptor Isolation is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. There is stuff here that does make stealth more viable, that does make the enemies more engaging, that does evoke more of a survival horror atmosphere, but you're still stuck with an instant fail state once you're caught. At least dying never sets you back very much. Raptor Isolation takes place in a single non-linear environment around this silo. It's even got a dedicated safe room. Your goal is to repair the lift in order to escape, and the parts you need are located in separate little set-piece areas that you can complete in any order you want. You can, But you probably shouldn't. Even if it was unintentional, there is an objectively correct order through which to play Raptor Isolation's areas. One is so much simpler, is so much more forgiving with its own dedicated save point, and is obviously meant to come first with the presence of the motion tracker that it's not even a contest. But even if it isn't quite as non-linear as it would clearly like to be, I still appreciate the attempt at something different. If the purpose of the DLC was to create a survival horror experience out of the same basic parts as the base game, I think it succeeded. I just wish it was longer. Or maybe I don't, thanks to the jank. I don't actually know. Either way, Raptor Isolation is incredibly short, less than an hour long. I thought escaping the silo was just going to be the start of the campaign, and then the DLC would move on to a second larger hub zone with more self-contained little dungeons and side content, but I was way off. It's 2/3 of the whole thing, and the second you do leave the area, Raptor Isolation gets right back to the base game's bullshit without so much as a second glance. Not that the jank ever really left. You are following instructions left behind by a guy named Dylan McShrecken after all, and the only time you actually meet him at the start of the game, this happens.
Oh my god! Somebody else made it! Don't worry, you and I are gonna get out of here.
That tunnel goes nowhere, by the way. The Raptor was just chilling off stage, waiting for his cue. Plus, there's this moment where a door shuts behind you to force you into an encounter with a Raptor, which is a bit cheap. But you know, I was still expecting more. More than 60 minutes and a bunch of experimental mechanics on 3 relatively small maps at least. One thing I will give Raptor Isolation is that it is much more of a dinosaur game than the base campaign. The Raptors are front and center from start to finish. You don't have to fight off a single guy with a gun the whole DLC. There are still a couple of other enemies running around, but they all fit the theme of prehistoric. In fact, Raptor Isolation feels much more focused overall, despite how experimental it sometimes gets, and for that reason, I kind of prefer it to the base FossilFuel campaign. It's even able to squeeze some sense of identity out of the environments, despite the fact they're all still store-bought assets. The silo actually has a bit of personality to it, unlike any area of the main game. On the whole, it's an improvement, and I would sooner recommend Raptor Isolation as a game, even if FossilFuel is probably more fun as an example of jank. Which just leaves the story, what little there is, so if you want to see just how janky Raptor Isolation's final act can get yourself, skip to here. Well, here we are again. Another spoiler break. You know what? I'm just gonna read for a bit. Quote, Chapter 2. Bernhard sits across from his wife Catherine. The second you get the elevator working and ascend the silo back up to the labs, the tone immediately shifts back to that of the base game. The maps become an abstract nightmare of doors and hallways. The atmosphere of horror is tossed out the window in favour of an action climax. Even this idiot's back.
It is I, Elon Musk.
He gives you the choice of how you'd like to die, at the hands of a Homo erectus rex or a man raptor, whatever that is. That's right, we're bringing back the human-dinosaur hybrids for Raptor Isolation's climax.
So go on, and choose.
I already knew what the deal with the H-Rex was, so you know I had to pick Man Raptor, and I wasn't disappointed. Look at this fucking thing go, he's so slippery. What a weird little dude. He's like the future predators from Primeval. Anyone remember Primeval? God, what a fucking mess that show was. Anyway, Man Raptor's great. He starts off strong, leaping through the window to get at you, and only gets better the more his AI breaks down across the rest of the fight. Things are fun even before the beginning of the battle with the way Musk compliments you on your choice.
Man Raptor, speed and intellect combined in their lethality, as we bring man and raptor together for the first time. Good choice.
There's nowhere for him to go through that door, by the way. It just leads to the hallways you have to run through to avoid Man-Raptor. I have no idea where he's meant to go at this point. Anyway, once you get past the hallways, you end up in a weird obstacle course filled with garbage. There's a crusher that can take out a Man-Raptor in one go, but he's way too slippery. You'll never get him to stand still long enough to hit the button without getting slashed to death in the process. Your only other option is a flamethrower locked in this cabinet, and it's still a struggle to stay alive long enough to input the code to get it open. But you have one advantage even the slipperiest of Man-Raptors can never match. You can jump. Just hop up on a nearby box, and the poor little guy can't do anything but scream as you take a rest to peruse the note detailing the code to unlocking the cabinet. And once the flamethrower's in your grasp, the fight's over. Outrun this, idiot. But that's still not the end of the DLC.
You're tougher than you look, I'll give you that. But if you think you can get away with killing my babies, you have another thing coming. I'm sorry, friendo, but this has always been a no-win situation. Goodbye for the final time.
What the fuck even is this game? Anyway, his no-win situation is a hopeless battle against two whole entire raptors. Wow. The end. A rank. Things get even jankier if you choose to fight the H-Rex. Instead of leaping through the window, it'll just barge right through every door in its path to get at you. You can grab the flamethrower to take it down if you want. The code doesn't change between endings, but the H-Rex moves slow enough that you're clearly meant to put it through a round with the hydraulic press. In fact, taking the flamethrower is only going to hurt you in the long run here. The conversation with Moosk is the same as before, but instead of dropping you down into the raptor pit, he sends you up into a fight with another H-Rex. If you've got the flamethrower, your first thought is going to be to throw some flames at it, and the weapon's strong enough that it'll go down without much effort, but all this will do is soft-lock the game. This isn't a boss fight, it's a puzzle. What you're meant to do is lure the H-Rex up onto this platform and flip this switch to suck it into this turbine, and the game doesn't know what to do if you don't. In my defense, it doesn't explain to you that's what it wants either. At least it gives you an easy way out. But assuming you don't use your weapon to fight the boss monster with a health bar and actually complete the puzzle, the end result is just as glorious as you could ever hope for. Fucking beautiful, mate. What's funny is that this all could have been avoided if Moosk just took the flamethrower off you once you catch up to him, but he doesn't. Canon dictates you can't barbecue him here either, unfortunately, but regardless, the situation is very funny. Anyway, you leave, the end, A rank. Raptor Isolation sets out to be a survival horror interpretation of fossil fuel, and it mostly succeeds, despite the inevitable jank. It's certainly more of a dinosaur game than its parent title, but is it worth the $36.50 Australian to play, especially given its short length? Absolutely not. But if you're a connoisseur of jank and happen to catch both Raptor Isolation and Fossil Fuel on sale, maybe give them a go. You might be surprised. If nothing else, I walked away entertained. So you know what that means. Raptor Isolation is going smack bang into D tier. D for Dinosaur. The Last of the Core, or to use the name on the title screen, The Last of the Core in the Eye of the Crisis, is a very short third-person dino horror game released in March 2023, and developed by Gigantes de la Evolucion. I hope I didn't mangle that too badly. A 4-person team out of somewhere in Latin America. I spent like 5 seconds searching for something more specific than that, but couldn't find anything. Where are you from? Tell me your secrets! In a lot of ways it reminded me of Oakwood. good, especially in terms of length and colour palette and abrupt cliffhanger. But if that game felt like a proof of concept dino horror test in the style of Outlast, then The Last of the Core is very much a prototype in the style of the recent Resident Evil remakes. It also differs from Oakwood in that it is explicitly a prototype. The game says as much before you even hit the main menu, and for that reason I'm going to go a little easier on it. Not that I really had to try. The Last of the Core is actually pretty good. There's not much setup. You're a member of the 2-6 team sent to retrieve some samples and documents from a research facility on Home Fossil Island after an unspecified incident. It's basically the fourth survivor scenario from Resident Evil 2, with a slightly slower pace, a bit more plot, and a lot more jank. Just take the player character. It took me around 10 minutes to actually start playing because I was having too much fun with Not Hunk. This guy has no transition animations. Zero. Not one. You go from idle to aiming instantly. There are no keyframes to smooth out the motion. It is instant. With a draw that quick, it's no wonder Not Hunk is a member of a Special Forces unit. And who needs to bring a holster when you can just summon the gun right into your hand? The guy can go from standing still to a dead sprint, and vice versa, without needing to actually deal with silly made-up things like momentum and inertia too. The laws of physics do not apply to this man. The only thing holding him back is probably the clap of his dump truck ass. No wonder the dinosaurs can hear him coming from a mile away. Guy's so dummy thick, his pants don't even fit right. Far out. The lack of a head bob gives the impression that you're floating above the ground, and just wait until you find the night vision goggles. I'm not convinced Not Hunk isn't just making that zhou sound himself every time he puts them on to sound cool. In all seriousness though, Not Hunk is very unpolished in both looks and animations. The whole game is, though in a way that's still very charming. The outdoor areas don't look too bad, UE5 does jungles well, and all that fog does a lot of heavy lifting to obscure the visual imperfections. But once you get inside, it becomes really obvious how scuffed The Last of the Core looks. The lighting, and especially the reflections, only broke down more the longer I played, and the place is filled with floating lab equipment repeated across multiple rooms. That's not even getting into the layout of the place. There are hallways that lead to nothing but dumpsters, weird little nooks that don't go anywhere, and the fact it doesn't have any windows. I do understand the layout from a game design perspective. Having the hallways border the laboratories creates more of a maze for the dinosaurs to stalk the player through, but from an architectural standpoint, a lot of it still feels wrong in ways that break my immersion rather than enhance it. The final area felt a lot more natural by comparison, though it still suffered from the presence of a malfunctioning fog machine, to say nothing of how oddly familiar all the corpses littering the place look.
This is a real frickin' embarrassment.
As for the dinosaurs, they're easily the best thing about the game's visuals. They've still got a little bit of jank to them, their animations still lack proper transitions, and yeah, sometimes they stick their heads through closed doors, but they're a lot less robotic than Not Hunk in general, at least when they're awake. That does not look like a comfortable way to sleep. They don't even look like they're breathing unless you look at them side on. Anyway, check out that tail bounce. What fun! I especially like the glare they give whenever you get too close to one in the middle of having dinner. That little impatient claw tap is such a great detail. The fact there's two different raptor skins keeps them from getting too visually stale as well. The raptors are pretty impressive for a prototype overall. They actually have behaviours. The sort of stuff I've been wishing for this whole video. They still just charge you down when they spot you, or if you aggro them, but they won't walk through the nearest wall to close the gap. If they hit a closed door, they won't vaporize the thing barging through it. They'll double back and take the window instead. They don't just nip at you when they catch up either. They'll pounce on Not Hunk without hesitation, which is both really cool and really frustrating, because there's no way to dodge it. Once the animation starts, the only way out of it is through the QuickTime event the game throws at you, which I think is a little crap, especially when the motherfuckers can still deal damage to you while you're getting pounced. They can even chain them together. If 2 or 3 catch you at once, it's over, just reload. But even if the mechanics can be frustrating, I'm still glad the Raptors can do it, because the dinosaurs in these games so rarely have any sort of interactive behaviours at all. It's not their only one, either. Raptors patrolling the hallways will always attack, but the ones having a sneaky little snack won't bother you as long as you don't bother them, and neither will these sleepy boys having a little me all throughout the facility. You can walk rings around them, even shoot up a storm right by their heads, but the second you start running, they'll be up in an instant to attack. All that junk in the trunk means Nothunk doesn't stand much chance of outrunning the Raptors once they've caught his scent, and all that junk in the trunk means they have a pretty easy time of clocking him too. But they're not invincible. Shooting the Raptors will stun them for a few moments, and when you've got 2 or 3 or even more rushing you at once, that momentary reaction to taking a bullet is all the chance you get to change your aim. It is much safer to take them out one at a time, but good luck. The place is swarming with them, and their number only seems to grow the deeper into the game you get. I was surprised to find the combat actually got pretty intense toward the end, as my supplies ran low and the Raptors grew thick. Stealth isn't that much of an option. The game isn't really built for it, but I found myself attempting it anyway, if only to lure individual Raptors away from the pack to take them out on my terms, rather than end up hunted by the Horde on theirs. The combat becomes a lot more thrilling, or a lot less appealing depending on what kind of player you are, when you consider that the last of the core doesn't feature any sort of save system. You get a checkpoint at the start of each of the game's 4 levels, and that's it. There's no manual save option, but it's also too short to really warrant one. My playthrough for this video only lasted 80 minutes, and if I was able to save scum my way through it, I'm sure it would be less than half that length. It might not be to everyone's tastes, but it certainly forces you to think tactically when moving through Raptor-rich environments. You can go 10, 15, 20 minutes between checkpoints, and the consequences of even a single mistake can send you back a long way. The Raptors at least aren't bullet sponges. Even the handgun can reliably drop them if you've got good aim, but relying on one gun over the other is a guaranteed way to end up dead. The last of the core only features 2 weapons, a pistol and an MP5, but you'll need them both to make it through the game because, to my surprise, the combat also features mag dumping. If you hit reload before you empty a clip or a magazine, you're not getting those remaining bullets back. They're gone for good. You actually have to manage your ammunition. You can't afford to waste bullets by reloading early because enemies are so numerous. But that also leaves you at risk of catching a Raptor to the jugular if you run empty during a fight. It's such a rejection of the common shooter impulse to reload after every shot, and the developers clearly understood that because they put in not 1 but 2 warnings about the mag dump mechanic as part of the combat tutorial. But the tactical balancing act its inclusion creates was actually really compelling. It doesn't feel present just to punish muscle memory or bump up the difficulty. It feels like a deliberate aspect of the combat mechanics, and I don't think the last of the core would work as well as it does without it. It's all these little mechanical experiments and flourishes combined with the charming jank of the presentation that really won me over in the end. It's very rough around the edges in its current state, but I could see this expanded out into a full game. The extra enemy behaviours and tactical complexity prove the potential is there. The only aspect of the game that is largely forgettable is the sound design. It's not bad, it just is. The Raptors sound kind of hoarse. The guns sound kind of flaccid. The music is generic. And everything else is just fine. The sound of the night vision goggles coming on is the most memorable bit of Foley work in the entire game. Its one saving grace is the voice acting.
Equipo especial 26. Se nos ha informado que ocurrió un accidente en el laboratorio.
Though since it's in Latin American Spanish, a language I do not speak, I can't really critique it. The distortion is laid over it a little thick, but at least it pops. At one point, part of the building explodes or something, and it just sounds like a reality TV show shock chord. My only other complaint about the game is its performance. This is another title to suffer from bad UE5 optimization, as you can see in the stuttering on screen right now, though that might just be because I was recording the game at the same time as playing it. But those things aside, and a little bullshit in the combat, and a few bits of untranslated text, and the fact 2 of the game's 4 levels are just the same building from different directions, I don't really have anything bad to say about The Last of the Core. Even its short length works in its favour. More than 80 minutes, and you'd really need more mechanical depth or enemy variety to keep things interesting. But for a prototype, the scale and scope is just right. It also proves that a Dino Crisis remake in the modern third-person survival horror style is doable. The Last of the Core has a lot in common with the original Dino Crisis actually, from the laboratory setting, to the focus on raptors as enemies, to the fact the player character is a special forces operative with a big ass. I almost can't believe I'm saying this, but it's actually the closest I've come to finding Dino Crisis in a more recent indie release. And if this is the prototype, I'd love to see what the developers end up making in a full game. It's even able to create an atmosphere of dread at times, though I would be lying if I said I ever found it scary. The only part of the Dino Crisis formula missing is a more complicated plot with twists and turns. And again, being a prototype, the absence of those things makes sense, but aside from the unexpected infestation of raptors, the mission more or less goes off without a hitch. It's a very straightforward experience, made thrilling through its mechanics, rather than its narrative. To the point I don't actually have anything to put behind a spoiler break. Actually, that's not quite true. There's one thing I need to talk about that I don't want to spoil if you're interested in playing The Last of the Core yourself, but it's only going to take a couple of seconds. So what I want you to do is, when I say go, double tap the right of the screen if you're on mobile, or hit the right arrow key twice if you're on desktop, and do whatever it is you do on TV, and that's it. That's all you need to do. Okay, are you ready? I'm going to count us down. 3, 2, 1, go. There's a T-Rex. This concludes the spoiler section of the review. The Last of the Core might be a very small game, but it has the potential to be something great if the developers end up expanding it out into a full release. It's also very cheap, so if you're interested in trying it out yourself, you can. Very easily. It's a shame The Last of the Core hasn't received that much attention, not that I could find anyway, because as a prototype, it's already got a better handle on enemy behaviour than most of the full games I've covered, and will cover in this project. I wish the developers all the best, and hope one day they get to make the full version of The Last of the Core. It might still be pretty jank, but it was also a pleasant surprise, and I'm glad I played it. So, you know what that means? That's right, The Last of the Core goes straight to the top in D tier. D for Dinosaur. I've occasionally said that I don't go into games wanting to hate them. I try to give everything I play the benefit of the doubt, even when a title's poor reputation precedes it. But I'm sorry to say, that is not an olive branch I was able to extend to Dinobreak. Developed by Dead Drop Studios and released in October 2023, there was just something about it that felt off. It wasn't due to any past experience with the developer, as was the case with Jurassic Park 2, The Chaos Continues by Ocean Software. Dinobreak remains, to this day, the only Dead Drop Studios game I've ever touched. It wasn't due to bad word of mouth from famous YouTubers like Donkey. I didn't even know he'd made a video even tangentially related to Dinobreak until after I'd already played it for this project. It wasn't the mixed reviews, since I first became aware of the game before before its release. No, there was just something about it that felt off. It's got a great piece of key art to advertise it, the bright colours and bold letters certainly draw the eye, and it's got a compelling hook. Dinobreak styles itself as a retro survival horror experience, a love letter to the classics and to Dino Crisis in particular, and yet, there was still just something about it. Even a cursory glance at the trailer told me instantly that not only would Dinobreak not live up to its ambitions, it would be the kind of game I couldn't stand. I never would have touched it at all if not for this project, and finally playing through it only confirmed my suspicions. Dinobreak isn't some diamond in the rough that couldn't quite match its own ambition, and it's not bad in an entertaining way, it's just bad. Playing this game felt like coming to the shore of some fetid swamp. All I could do was pinch my nose and start wading through the muck until I reached the other side. And no one sets out to make a bad game, which is also a point I've made in several videos over the years, but after playing Dinobreak from start to finish, I don't think Dead Drop Studios understands how to make a good one either. Dinobreak has all the individual pieces of a survival horror game, all the systems and mechanics you'd expect, but it fundamentally does not understand how to use them. It's such a mess, I'm not even sure where to begin. I've been sitting here writing and rewriting this paragraph over and over and over again for 20 minutes now because there's just no easy way to get stuck into it, no thread to pull that doesn't also reveal a Gordian knot of broken yet interconnected mechanics. So let's just start with Dinobreak's most obvious failing.
Eggs.
Those of you who have watched my Jurassic Park video game retrospective may recall I have an ever so slight aversion to dinosaur eggs. Many Jurassic Park titles, especially those produced in conjunction with the first two films, made collecting eggs an essential part of the experience. I have collected dozens of dinosaur eggs in the process of working on that series, wasted literal days of my life searching out the damn things, and yet all that could not prepare me for how Dinobreak chooses to integrate them into its mechanics, because they're not really eggs. They're fucking landmines. Each one contains a fully grown dinosaur ready to tear your face off the second you so much as breathe at it. And Dinobreak is full of them. Every room is overstuffed with dinosaur eggs. Some major thoroughfares come packed with upwards of 15 of the fucking things. And all of them are placed directly in your way. Indeed, many of them are hidden right beside camera transitions so you can't even tell you're walking into an ambush. And if you try to avoid them anyway, their massive hitboxes mean even the lightest of taps will set them off. Indeed, sometimes fucking nothing sets them off. And once that happens, you better be ready for a fight, because all the ruckus will almost certainly crack more. You can try shooting them all at a distance to clear the eggs out methodically, but again, the hitboxes are so fucking big that if two are close together, both will still pop, even if you're only directly aiming at one. And it's not any safer if you really are facing down a lone egg regardless, because sometimes the dinosaurs just spawn at the speed of light and fucking hit you anyway. However you choose to deal with them, it's certainly not fun. Clearing out every room of dinosaur eggs takes up so much time and wastes so much ammo that I want to say it's simply not worth it, but I can't, because the fucking things respawn every time you're forced to backtrack through part of the map after completing another beat of the plot. And methodically cracking a dozen eggs to fry up a dozen omelettes in some areas is the only way to keep from getting overwhelmed. And you probably will be anyway, because the eggs are only one half of any given encounter. Dinobreak features just as many dinosaurs that are already hatched, that will run straight at you the second you catch their aggro, and that will, inevitably, cause more enemies to spawn in whenever they get too close to an egg. It's so easy for combat encounters to spiral out of control because no matter how many dinos you put down, more just keep tagging in. And even when they don't shoot out of an egg at Mach 10, they're still fast as fuck, boy! Either you'll get flattened beneath a wave of raptors, or they'll wear you down over time until a dinosaur just looking at Lydia is enough to make her keel over dead. And whatever you do, if bile fascination gets the better of you and you decide to play this game to see just how bad it is, don't play on hard. Don't even play on easy. Actually, you know what? Maybe just don't play this shit at all, because whatever mode you choose, the enemies hit like fucking freight trains, and take more bullets than they're worth to put down. It's why, even after all that shit, I still tried to find a balance between scrubbing every area clean and leaving some eggs be, because I needed that health and ammo to deal with the dinosaurs that were already in my path. I couldn't afford to waste more resources on these out of the way assholes, and I certainly couldn't afford to risk losing health when the game is so fucking stingy with supplies. Which feels wrong to say because Dinobreak fucking froze pickups at you, but let's save the discussion on exploration for now because I'm still not fucking finished with the encounter design. One of the most important aspects of any horror game is sound, but it's especially true of the classic fixed camera angle tank control survival horror titles because it's often the only way to let the player know there's an enemy around. When it works, the claustrophobic camera angles keep you in the dark and let the tension simmer while the sound design lets the player's imagination run wild on where the enemy might be, until it all comes together in a crescendo of combat. It's a dynamic that can work without combat, or even sound, as 3D Monster Maze proved back in 1982, but it still requires that the game indicate there are enemies around in some way, so naturally the dinosaurs in Dinobreak are completely silent until aggroed, because of fucking course they are. Was there ever any doubt? So you just can't know a dinosaur is hanging around until it's coming over to bite your face off, though it's still a pretty safe bet given they're just as numerous as the eggs. And you know what? At least you have to touch the eggs in some way to crack them open. The dinosaurs just attack the moment they're able, which means sometimes you can take damage before a room even properly loads. What are you doing, Dead Drop? Oh, and needless to say, the eggs don't say shit either. I mean, what noise are they going to make? They're eggs. But enemy behavior is only one half of the equation. Player movement is just as important. The animations have a certain charm to them, that I will admit, but they do not accommodate Dinobreak's combat at all. Every motion has to wind up. You can't just run. You have to walk and then jog for a moment to build up speed before you can sprint away. Which means if a dinosaur gets in close and you try to change position, you are going to get bit, especially when your hitbox is just as big as your enemies. And there is something kind of funny about watching a T-Rex take a swipe at Lydia from 10 kilometers away only to have her crumple over herself into the dirt, but in the moment, it's fucking infuriating. And that loops back to the issue of how the enemies just beeline straight to you. They don't dodge or jump around, they don't give you room to breathe, they plant their feet right in front of you and start chomping until you kill them or they kill you. Like practically every game I've played for this project so far, there's simply no complexity to the combat. You just trade hits and move on. The deck feels so stacked against you, and that's before you even consider things like the fact you can't reload in inventory. It has to be done manually in the heat of combat, and choosing when to hit the reload button and when to switch over to another gun is probably the only hint of tactical complexity you get once the bullets start flying. But if that wasn't proof enough of Dinobreak's hatred for its players, to add insult to injury, the dinosaurs have fucking iframes whenever they get to their feet. Fuck off. Oh, and did I mention they can poison you? Because they can, and they definitely fucking will too. This game is just the fucking most, Jesus Christ. It doesn't help that all the weapons feel so weak. Somehow the handgun manages to outperform the fucking assault rifle, and I didn't even get the chance to try out the shotgun that much because by the time I found it in the late game, I'd moved on to using the Magnum and a grenade launcher, and they were actually kind of fun to use, but fuck me, it's too little too late. You do get the option of upgrading the weapons, but the kits are rare, and you can only do it once per gun, so it's not even a choice between heavily buffing your favourite or spreading the love around. Like everything to do with Dinobreak's combat and encounter design, it's just there. But despite how much I've just dragged the game through the muck, I get how we got here. I understand how all these systems and mechanics ended up the way they are, because I can see what elements of other, better survival horror games inspired them. That doesn't excuse how Dinobreak turned out, but at least I get where Dead Drop were coming from. I have no fucking clue why there's a weapon durability system in Dinobreak. Like, why? Survival horror games are already challenging enough, and Dinobreak especially with how much shit it throws at the player the second the first egg spawns in. What does weapon durability add to that formula, other than even more frustration? I've never liked weapon durability systems in general, but at least they make sense in certain genres like open world survival games, or action RPGs, but they are not suited to the rhythms of survival horror combat at all, especially when Dinobreak doesn't have a crafting system to offset the constant durability loss. Actually no, that's wrong. Dinobreak does have a crafting system. You just can't craft anything because the tool you need to combine materials into ammunition isn't in the fucking game. I put it in the item box and completely forgot about it, and only noticed during editing. You win this round, Dinobreak. I'm coming for you though, I'm gonna get ya. The crafting materials barely ever showed up either, and even if the system was properly implemented, you can only craft ammunition, not weapon parts. Instead, you just find boxes of junk around the place that you can use to restore a weapon's durability. And you may well think, given how frequent fights are in Dinobreak, that I spent most of my time playing it with broken weapons. But you'd be wrong. Durability ticks down so slowly, and repair tools are so numerous, that I was always able to catch it before it ran out completely. The one time a weapon actually broke was at the very end of the game, during the final battle, by which point I was armed to the teeth and couldn't do anything about it anyway. So I have to ask, why include it at all? It's completely superfluous to the experience. It doesn't add anything. It's just another fucking system to manage with yet more fucking trash to clog up your inventory. You could cut it and Dinobreak's gesture toward a crafting system out of the game entirely and nothing would change. It wouldn't be better, it wouldn't be worse, it's just that unimportant to the finished product. So are melee weapons. You can find a fucking katana in the late game, but there's no reason to use it. It can't crack eggs at a distance, it can't crack eggs at all, and each swing costs durability, not to mention a lot of time, because it is slow as hell to wield. It's very powerful, but I'd still take any of the guns instead. You can even go mano a mano with the Raptors if you want, I just don't know why you would. I could honestly keep going about the combat and encounter design. Dinobreak is just such a glaring example of how not to do a survival horror game that I could probably spend hours dissecting it back to front from that perspective alone. But there's still so much more to it than that, and we need to move on. So I'll end this part of the critique on a question. Why are there enemies in save rooms? No, two questions actually. Why do new enemies spawn in already explored save rooms? What are you fucking doing? The rest of the gameplay isn't much better. The exploration is bare bones, the puzzles are basic, it's just not a very engaging game. The levels might not be very big, but there are no shortcuts either, meaning you spend most of your time pinballing back and forth between locked doors and puzzle elements and save rooms often located at opposite ends of any given map, which is not to imply the potential for shortcuts doesn't exist in the level design. At one point you make your way to the other side of the fence of the game's opening room in the subway. You can even see it through the security shutter, but there's no way to unlock a passage between the two areas. I mean, why would you want a shortcut when you could have more egg? Anyway, I'm not averse to backtracking in survival horror games, but like everything there's an art to it. An art that Dinobreak simply lacks. The level design is just too linear to pull it off. It's not like you're slowly picking apart some incredibly complicated puzzle box. You're just running back and forth between 2 points, making it a little further each time as you unlock the next few inches of the line. Every single locked door just leads to a self-contained side area with a key item, like the warehouse or the bar, or takes you to the next big location of the game, like the sewer or the research lab that definitely isn't a repurposed police station. There's no nuance to it, no attempt to give Cypress Ridge any sort of identity through its layout. It's just boring. One of the reasons I've spent so much time tearing into the combat is because at least with that side of Dinobreak, there is something to tear into. When it comes to level design, there's just nothing to talk about. It's flaccid, and the puzzles are somehow even more anemic. Most of them are just codes explained through notes you can find scattered around the environment, and the solutions are all dinosaur themed in a way that just comes off as cloying. The first big set-piece puzzle requires you to put together the initials of the city's founders as recorded on these 4 incredibly out-of-place statues located around the opening area, and going to the trouble of checking them all while under a constant bombardment of eggs and dinosaurs, only to discover the solution is the word dino, made me irrationally angry, and it only got worse from there. Crisis is another code, so is Evolve. I mean, at this point you're not even fucking trying. The rest of the puzzles just involve reading notes to learn where key items are located, if that sort of thing even counts as a puzzle. Even the game's biggest set-piece puzzle doesn't actually require you to solve anything. It's just a repeat of that moment from Resident Evil Remake where you have to escort a canister of fuel halfway across the map without running or raising a weapon. To put it another way, it's just tedious. Especially with how hard the game tutorializes the fact the fuel is volatile. You get hit with 4 warnings about it, 2 of which are completely unnecessary since you only get them once you've already picked the damn thing up and left the fucking room. By that point, you've either already paid attention or learned the hard way that you can't run, and you can try to make the journey easier on yourself by clearing out the dinosaur eggs in the car park ahead of time, but oh look, 30 more just randomly spawned in, so I guess we can all get fucked. All you can really do is stock up on heals and tank the damage, since apparently this extremely volatile fuel doesn't care if it's jostled during a dinosaur attack. I mean, it's not like you'll need any healing items for the final battle right after this or anything anyway. According to the developers on the Steam discussion forums, melee weapons are also an option during this section. They won't set the fuel off, but again, they're so useless anyway that you might as well just save your time and tank the hits. Another thing I learned on the discussion forum is that people speedrun this game. What? But the strat they apparently utilize for this section is something I already discovered myself. You can actually sprint with the fuel in your inventory, but only for the first couple of seconds after entering a room. Otherwise, it's still boom time the second you hit the run button. And, you know, it's like, whatever. It's been done before, it's been done better. The Wages of Fear and Sorcerer both run rings around this dinky little set piece, but that's not where the jank surrounding this puzzle ends, because Dinobreak breaks its own rules in order to make the stupid thing work. You have the option to drop every item in the game at any point you like. You'll have to pick it up again before you leave the room, or I don't know, some fucking compies will come along and steal it or something, but it's still doable, except with the fuel. Once you pick it up, you cannot put it down. Dinobreak will not permit you to cheese the puzzle in that manner, which I think is kind of bullshit. I get that it would completely invalidate the puzzle. It could potentially softlock the game as well. But come on. Really? Dead Drop clearly knew some people would think to try it, otherwise they wouldn't have thrown up a big middle finger to stop you, but it's also the sort of thing that should be rewarded for being thought of at all. Much worse in my opinion is the fact that there's a legally distinct item box sitting right next to the fuel where you find it, but you are not allowed to drop it in the box, run over to your destination which also has an item box, and bypass the puzzle entirely. And the reason given is, you just can't. I understand why the box is there. You'll probably be carrying around so much inventory garbage that you'll need to clear some slots for the fuel. But Dinobreak has never given a shit about minimizing backtracking up to this point. Why the fuck would it start now? Having this item box here just brings into sharp focus how arbitrary and artificial the whole set piece is. The game has to actively and obviously break two of its central inventory mechanics to make the puzzle work, when a much simpler solution would be to just remove the fucking box. At least then you could make up the excuse that you can't drop key items, and for all I know you can't. The inventory was such a jankstravaganza I never bothered to check. Honestly, the inventory might be my biggest criticism of Dinobreak, behind the combat, the presentation, the level design, the puzzles, the laziness and everything else. You know what, it's all equally terrible, but even so, it stands out as jank. Dinobreak gives you 8 inventory slots, which might seem like a lot at first, but they fill up fast. The game is just as full of shit to pick up as it is dinosaurs and eggs, but very little of it is stuff you'll actually want, and pretty much all of it doesn't stack. Ink pots don't stack. Repair parts don't stack. Herbs, sprouts don't fucking stack. Which at least is consistent with Dinobreak's inspirations. But you can't even really combine them. Green and red go together, but green and blue don't. Not that you'll need to worry about healing items anyway with how bloody rare they are. Most of the time you'll be juggling ink pots and junk and ammo for guns you don't even have. It can take multiple trips to an item box to clear out 1 or 2 rooms, just in case. And by the end of the game, mine was filled with shit I never got around to using. Most of the time, my inventory was half filled with 2 weapons and 2 ammo types, and the rest was taken up by key items, with a free space for a sprout if I was lucky enough to even have one on me. And it's not just the fact that the inventory management is boring busy work, it's that Dinobreak's item placement is fundamentally broken. You can go like 30 minutes without running into a single box of ammo or healing item amid a sea of repair parts and save tokens, and then suddenly come across a room with 50 bullets for 3 separate weapons, 2 of which you won't have, and 4 green sprouts. I spent the whole fucking game finding magnum and shotgun ammo, but only actually got the guns themselves toward the very end. Inversely, I stumbled across the empty grenade launcher long before I ever found any ammo for it. The early game felt littered with red and blue sprouts, but completely bereft of green healing items. And the opposite was true of the late game. One of the main reasons I never had to worry about weapon durability is that you trip over repair parts every other step, and it's so weird in the moment too. Like, you're drowning in items, but they're all useless. You're constantly making runs back to the nearest item box, but by the end of the game, the collection's worthless. And much like Fossil Fuel, Dinobreak throws so many weapons at you that all the variety does is clutter up the environment with ammo types you don't want or need. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. Even the movement is scuffed. It's more than possible to accidentally run up parts of the environment like a couch or a box. It just never fucking ends with this game. At least it looks... who am I kidding? It doesn't look great either. Dinobreak is another obvious asset flip. It might be more visually consistent compared to Fossil Fuel. There are no secret laboratories kit bashed together from 3 different environment packs, but that doesn't make it visually interesting. Cypress Ridge has no personality at all beyond the random statues. Somehow the fucking sewers, ended up being the most visually interesting part of the game, and that is not a statement to be made lightly. The gore strewn across the streets is alright, I guess, but it feels out of place, though nowhere near as much as the giant dinosaur eggs. The eggs do get a little nicer to look at the stronger the enemies get. These purple ones, and the others that look like they've been textured with a photograph of the night sky, are fine, but that doesn't make them any less stylistically incoherent overall. The dinosaurs that pop out of them are even more boring. They're all so small, even when they're big, and they're clearly just store-bought assets scaled down in-engine. They're not given any personality through their animations either. They move, and they bite, and they fall over sometimes, and that's about it. The way they emerge from the eggs in a cloud of smog is really ugly too. You can smell how rotten these fucking things are, even through the fourth wall. The human characters fared slightly better. The NPCs all stand around like they're about to shit themselves, but the player character has some charm to her animations. You know, when they aren't getting in the way. But like I said, the melee animations are fun, and the movement is fine when you're not running up the walls. Where Dinobreak looks its best is in the post-processing effects and in-engine tricks that give any game to use them well a little gloss. The lighting is actually pretty good. Colours pop. There's a clear difference between natural lighting like fire and man-made things like neon signs, and fluorescent bulbs and glow sticks. Muzzles flash and barrels explode, and the shadows creep into every nook and cranny they can reach. But again, that's probably the Unity engine doing most of the heavy lifting on Dinobreak's behalf. Everything else I enjoyed about the visual presentation was just jank. Piles of garbage wiggle in the rain. Physics-enabled objects go flying if you walk into them at the right angle. Running through fire causes blood to explode across the walls. And if you're really lucky, sometimes enemies will get stuck on corners, which isn't just funny, it's useful. Even the cinematography of the fixed camera angles feels kind of basic. Dinobreak features a fully three-dimensional world, and yet the camera angles are always static, and often distant, and sometimes even end up obscured by yet more fucking eggs. Either you see way too much of them, or you don't see them at all until it's too late. There's just no winning with Dinobreak. Now, those of you who have watched my previous videos on classic or retro survival horror titles will know I love a good fixed camera angle. I dedicated an entire chapter of my Men in Black critique to defending them. They can work when applied with artistic intent. They can create atmosphere, evoke claustrophobia, add a dynamic flair to a tough fight. They can, but they don't here. I'm with the haters on this one. Dinobreak's fixed camera angles just bring to mind boring security camera footage. I'd much rather play in third or first person, and Dinobreak does give you the option to do that, which is great. I am all for retro indie survival horror games like Them and Us and Hollow Body, including alternate methods of play for people who can't be fucked with tank controls. Gold star. But if you are going to include them, they should at least be tested first. The third-person over-the-shoulder mode is genuinely unplayable, in ways that you really have to experience yourself to understand. It doesn't look too bad in the recording, but trust me, it is not worth your time. For one thing, you're still bound to Lydia's animations, even if you're no longer stuck with tank controls, and you still can't move while aiming. Lydia has to wind up to take a single step, and it's even slower if you try to strafe from left to right, or vice versa. In general gameplay, you can't mouse look vertically, only horizontally, and while holding down the aim button, you can't mouse look diagonally, only up or down, or side to side. And I can't describe in words how that feels, only that it's viscerally upsetting. It's not even like it's clunky or it's slow, although it is both of those things. It's just wrong. If you put a gun to my head and demanded that I play Dinobreak again in third person, I'd say pull the fucking trigger, baby. This is torture. First person is better, but not by much. I still wouldn't recommend it. Dinobreak was clearly made as a fixed camera angle tank control game, and despite how boring that option is visually, it is still the second best way to experience the title. The first obviously being to watch someone else suffer through it and never touch the thing yourself at all. That way you don't have to put up with how slow it is. Dinobreak is constantly wasting your time in ways I haven't haven't seen outside of shithouse overly complicated government bureaucracy. It takes 7 fucking menus to actually get to gameplay the first time you boot up, a number which is reduced to 6 once all your settings are applied and reapplied and reapplied again. You've got a title screen, an update screen, a camera screen, a main menu, a load screen, a story selection screen, and a settings/modifiers screen before you even get to play the game most of the time, and you have to climb back out through every single one of them to quit too. It's genuinely faster to Alt F4 your way back to desktop than to waste time and effort hitting quit 5 or 6 times, because you're not just passing through menus, you're passing through loading screens. Most of the game is spent passing through loading screens. I bet if you added up all the time I wasted on loading screens in Dinobreak, it would add up to around a fifth of the total playtime, because you get them for everything. Going through a door, load screen. Entering a cutscene, load screen. Exited a cutscene, load screen. Moving between menus, load screen. Dead, load screens. You get 2 of them, one to summon the animation and another to banish it back to the void. If not for the fact Dinobreak was so mercifully short, it'd have a pretty good shot at giving Sonic 06 a run for its rings in terms of time trapped in loading screens. The worst part is, they're not even interesting. They're just a dark blue void and a percentage ticker. Back in the day when survival horror games ran on consoles so weak, constant loading screens were a technological necessity rather than a stylistic choice, at least they had the decency to hide them behind door transitions that actually added to the atmosphere. Very few of them just threw up a fucking colour and called it a day. Some of them didn't need them at all. Dinobreak has no such excuse. Let me remind you, this shit came out in 2023, and if all that loading wasn't bad enough, it's also really slow because Dinobreak has piss poor optimization. This shit would have been bad enough to deal with 25 years ago, but is absolutely inexcusable now, and yet the gameplay in general is so bad that Dinobreak's abysmal load times almost feel unimpressive by comparison. I usually write out the scripts for these reviews in order, but I've had to come back and add this section on the loading screens in after finishing everything else because it genuinely slipped my mind. At least the sound is passable. It's still mostly pretty generic, the guns sound like guns, and the dinosaurs sound like dinosaurs, and the ambience is appropriately apocalyptic, but it's also just so stale. There are a couple of music tracks that aren't terrible, but that might just be because the main theme is so repetitive and I was simply happy to hear something new after so long. Either way, I completely forgot them the second the game ended. They're all Resident Evil adjacent, and that's perfectly fine. At least the voice acting has some fucking personality. I mean, I say voice acting, but there's only one bit of narration in the entire game. And that was it. At the very beginning, and the actress does her best with the material she's given, and by her best, I mean barely containing fits of laughter.
Cypress Ridge was enjoying a tranquil, unsuspecting night, none the wiser to what would wait for them the next morning. As you can plainly see, this wasn't Farmer Joe's chicken coop, and those aren't chicken eggs. Behold, Dinobreak! All teeth and all claw, without a humane thought in those little pea-brain minds.
But the in-game cutscenes?
This is beyond fucked up.
I don't even know what you'd call that. Text-to-speech? AI generated? Either way, it's hilarious, especially with how scuffed the dialogue is.
Well, we can't head back up to the street. Those creatures are everywhere.
We're beyond fucked. Is it another one of those monsters? What the hell are you doing down here?
What the hell even are those creatures? They looked kind of like dinosaurs, but that doesn't make any sense.
What the hell is this place? Why are there jail cells down here? Oh, you've caught up, I see.
Well, thank goodness you were able to clear us a path down here. But these trains are wrecked, so this escape route isn't going to work.
It was these cutscenes that really kept me going when Dinobreak was at its worst. I never knew what I was going to get, but at least they made me laugh. As for what they're saying, it doesn't really matter. Dinobreak's story consists of vague threats of things to come, and unanswered questions about where the dinosaurs even came from in the first place. None of the characters go through any sort of arc. It's all just find the key to unlock the door to get the battery to reach the sewer to find the key to unlock the door to get the fuel to reach the roof and call for help. That sort of thing. No twists, no turns, nothing to actually get invested in. As far as I can tell, only one of the characters even has a name, and I only know it's Lydia because the inventory screen and the Steam page tell me so. The two NPCs you start the game with are never given names, and the only other survivor you come across I just called Bathroom Woman in my notes because I found her in a bathroom and she never actually introduced herself. You get a bit more story reading through the notes, and there are some absolute gems hidden here, like the fact there's a canonical reason why the streets are covered in so much fucking garbage, but for the most part, it's just puzzle codes and so much vitriol. These notes are so caustic, it's a wonder picking them up doesn't eat through Lydia's fingers like acid, and in some cases I can commiserate, like the guy at the bar, but more often than not, I just felt as though I was reading some cringy Resident Evil fanfiction. Now, I like to swear. I like to swear a lot, but even I think the way Dinobreak casts its fucks far and wide in the notes and the dialogue just reeks of trying too hard. Beyond that, there's the old attempt to excuse bad writing by drawing attention to it trick, which, as always, falls flat just by virtue of the fact the developers had the chance to design it better during production and simply chose not to. It's at this point I'd normally slap down a spoiler warning for anyone actually curious to find out how this whole mess ends themselves, but in Dinobreak's case, I'm not going to. Aside from the fact its own trailer gives away the ending, real Thomas and the Magic Railroad energy there, guys.
I'll get you, you blue puffball!
I do not want you to play this game. I don't think it deserves your money or your time. The sheer amount of laziness displayed in Dinobreak should not be rewarded in any way. And to the people who already know what I'm about to say and have been screaming at the video for the past 25 minutes or however long it's been, allow me to finally rip the band-aid off. Dinobreak isn't just an asset flip, built from pre-made store-bought parts. It's a remix of another Dead Drop game called Contagious Memories. The locations are the same. The assets are the same. The UI is the same. The only thing that's actually changed is the fact you're now fighting dinosaurs, and the placement of certain notes makes me wonder if you travel through the map backwards. It's such an unrepentant asset flip of an asset flip that there is a discussion on the Steam forums asking whether there's meant to be a secret area in the warehouse with nothing in it, which the developers confirmed is just a section of the original map left over from Contagious Memories that Dead Drop forgot to remove for Dinobreak. You end up in what Dinobreak calls a laboratory in the late game, but if this place wasn't a police station in Contagious Memories, I'll eat my fucking hat. There are even a couple of rooms where you still fight zombie dogs and giant spiders. This isn't a love letter to anything, certainly not to Dino Crisis. It's just a shameless cash grab made from the butchered corpse of a completely different title. That's probably why so much of the storytelling feels so vague, why so much of the visual design evokes Resident Evil over Dino Crisis, why the gameplay is so poorly balanced. Dead Drop may not have set out to make a bad game, but in Dinobreak's case they certainly set out to make money, and one look is all it takes to realise just how lazy the attempt was. There's just something about it that feels off. Dinobreak is also the first game I've covered in this project to release after the AI-generated art apocalypse of the 2020s, and I don't know for certain these spreads behind the menus and text crawls are in fact the output of AI, but they look pretty sus. Steam has suffered such a flood of low-effort AI slop in recent years that they've had to implement an AI warning on store pages to let buyers know if a potential purchase features any such content. But Dinobreak predates the change, and hasn't updated its page to say one way or the other. So again, I can't say for certain that Dinobreak uses AI, but if it does, that's an automatic fail in my eyes. AI-generated slop is the death of artistry, and while there are ways to use it ethically, it very rarely is. Certainly I wouldn't call hiding its inclusion in a piece of media ethical in any way, shape or form. It is already hard enough to make a living as a creator. Personally, I refuse to knowingly financially support any film or book or TV show or game that utilizes AI-generated shit, when in most cases all learning language models do is take money out of the pockets of real artists. And it wouldn't matter even if the thing was good. In my eyes, it's still an automatic fail, especially if they try to hide it. So that's a problem I'm going to have to fucking deal with going forward in this project. But in Dinobreak's case, it doesn't really matter either way. Dead Drop's more recent games come with AI warnings. The Steam page for 2024's Outbreak Shades of Horror Chromatic Split says, quote, "Static art created by artists has been augmented by AI in minor cases," end quote. And like, what the fuck does that even mean? But anyway, so even if Dinobreak doesn't feature any AI slop, it's not by virtue of some level of artistic integrity on the part of Dead Drop. Regardless, it's such a lazy game overall that the presence of AI-generated content wouldn't actually change my opinion of it. I still can't get over the fact they just copy-pasted the whole fucking thing from a different game, added some eggs, and called it not only brand new, but a love letter to the classics of survival horror and Dino Crisis in particular. The fact they're charging $30 Australian, or your regional equivalent, for an asset flip of an asset flip is just disgusting. And needless to say, it's a bad example of dinosaur horror. Certainly the worst thing I've covered for the project so far. The dinosaurs, you know, the biggest selling point of the whole game, one half of the fucking title, are so poorly implemented that they're barely worth talking about at all. There are at least 6 dinosaurs present in the game: raptors, dilophosaurs, T-rexes, triceratopses, compies, and ankylosaurs. And they're treated as such an afterthought. I genuinely forgot the ankylosaurs and the compies were in the game at all until I watched the recording back to take notes. I've already gone over the fact they all behave in exactly the same way mechanically, and I've already gone over the fact they're all too small to accommodate the egg mechanics, and thus I'm left with nothing to say about them at all. I mean, they're certainly not scary, they're just annoying, and very occasionally goofy, like everything in Dinobreak. Despite what the store page claims, there's nothing of Dino Crisis in Dinobreak, and the only reason an atom's worth of Jurassic Park even slipped in is because the dinosaur assets were modelled to resemble that franchise's iconic designs. The frill-necked Dilophosaur and anorexic T-Rex are dead giveaways of that. But, you know, Dinobreak does actually bring to mind another dinosaur film series based on a book. Dinobreak reminds me of Carnosaur. It's got the gore, it's got the weird obsession with eggs, it's got the lazy, low-budget anti-charm, it's boring as fuck, it's built from recycled parts of its own predecessors, and it feels like it takes several thousand years to actually sit through. The only thing Dinobreak is missing is a woman giving birth to a raptor, though I'm certain if such a thing was available for purchase on the Unity Asset Store, it would have ended up in the game somewhere, and the experience of playing it is probably just as unpleasant. Another movie Dinobreak evokes is Godzilla 1998, with its football field of giant eggs full of raptor-adjacent manillas.
That's a lot of eggs.
And looping back to the very start of this whole trauma dump of a review, I think the eggs are still what kills me most about Dinobreak's treatment of its alleged stars. Putting aside my own prejudices for a second, the eggs and the way they're used are just too fantastical. Like, the game isn't even aspiring tinkering to create the suspension of disbelief. Dinobreak obviously tries to frame them as a mad science experiment gone wrong, same as Carnosaur, but that excuse doesn't work when you're talking about animals that actually existed, that aren't otherwise presented as mutants or monsters. The game just acts like it's normal. If these were presented as aliens, or something vaguely dinosaur-coded like whatever the hell Dino Crisis 3 was doing, I'd be more willing to suspend my disbelief over the way the things are used. But unless I missed a note saying, "Fuck man, the fucking company's infecting fucking everybody with this shit that turns you fucking into a fucking dinosaur egg, fuck," I don't think it does. Any portrayal of extinct animals is ultimately a fantasy at the end of the day, especially ones so far removed from humanity as dinosaurs, but at least the other games I've covered in this project tried to make them feel real. They, at least, gave a shit. Even FossilFuel, Dinobreak just doesn't care. At all. It cares so little about anything that I accidentally stumbled my way into the golden ending. The two NPCs you meet at the very beginning of the game eventually disappear, leaving Lydia and a bathroom woman to wind their way through the sewers, and this very police station-coded secret laboratory alone. But if you kill enough dinosaurs and crack enough eggs, they will actually return right before the climax on the roof of the building. I honestly don't know how you could make it to this point without meeting that requirement. Trying to get through everything with a flood of dinosaurs nipping at your heels sounds like a fucking nightmare. But either way, they're here, and so are the US military, on their way to nuke Cypress Ridge into a radioactive omelette. You manage to call for help. Getting the radio up there working is the whole reason you have to go through the Wages of Fear ordeal with the fuel to begin with. But by the time you return with the goods, the roof is covered with dinosaur eggs. Because of course. And you'd be forgiven for expecting it to be one final middle finger shaped minefield to the player, but these eggs can't actually be triggered by walking into them. They only start cracking once you call in the rescue helicopter, and even then, they only pop in a specific order. This is the climax of the game. You, alone, shooting dinosaurs one by one as they pop out of giant eggs in the order the developers dictate they must. As usual, there's several dozen of the stupid things, but the fact you can't accidentally spawn in more with a stray bullet makes this climactic showdown the easiest in the entire game. And Dead Drop still found a way to screw you over. There's an item box up on this roof, but it vanishes the second the final wave defense section begins, so you can't run over to it in moments of downtime to stock up on healing items or repair tools or extra weapons. You can't swap out empty or broken guns to make room for stuff that's ready to go. You just have to arrive totally prepared for the fight, with at least 2 or 3 weapons to take out such an absurd number of dinosaurs, with maybe 1 free slot for a sprout if you're lucky. You certainly won't have room for repair kits, and that's the only reason why any of my guns actually ran out of durability at all during my playthrough of Dinobreak. The janky charm of the NPCs hanging out behind a fence in the middle of the arena, and the very abrupt arrival of the helicopter does not make up for what is still just an endless slog of the same old shit you've been doing since the start of the game.
Finally, the helicopter.
Anyway, you get rescued, you fly off, the end. Bathroom woman narrates the ending text crawl, but it doesn't actually mean anything. The language is so vague you could tell me it too was originally made for Contagious Memories, and I wouldn't doubt it, not one bit. I don't know what happens if you don't kill enough enemies to get the good ending. I guess the other NPCs just die off screen. But needless to say, I'm not playing Dinobreak again to check. Getting the golden ending did unlock a couple of bonus weapons, a super duper rifle and a super duper katana, but again, who cares? I did discover the game features something called Amanda Mode by scrubbing through the Steam discussion forums, which apparently gives it the visual style of something like Lollipop Chainsaw, but I had already uninstalled the game by the time I found this post, so I don't know if it's true, or if it's even in the game at all. Oh, and there's an arcade mode too. Quote, time to face Operation Feral Raptor, end quote. Haha. No. I could go on. The game doesn't feature any autosaves or checkpoints, so have fun with that. There's something Dinobreak calls randomly selected game variant, which I'm guessing shakes up the enemy placement or puzzle solutions or whatever. Again, not playing it a second time to check. I'm fucking done with Dinobreak. There are some games that simply aren't worth playing, and unfortunately Dinobreak is one of them. Sometimes when I sit down to critique a title, it's only in the process of writing out the review that I realise why I do or don't like something, but that wasn't the case here at all. One look at the trailer was all it took, from before the game had even released. I can't even say that Dinobreak failed to meet my already chthonic expectations. The game was exactly as bad as I thought it was going to be, in every way I thought it was going to be, and at this point, I don't really know what else there is to say. Normally tearing a bad game to shreds at least allows for some amount of catharsis, but bashing out this script has just left me feeling hollow and exhausted. I don't know. There's just something about it that feels off. Oh yeah, I have to fucking rank these things, don't I? Well, I think we all know where Dinobreak is going. Straight to S tier. S for shit. At first glance, you might be thinking, Monotonal, what are you reviewing this for? This doesn't look like a horror game. No, you don't understand, let me explain. I first discovered Schleich-registered trademark Dinosaur's Mission Dino Camp while browsing the Dinosaur tag on Steam one day, and I thought, that looks interesting. No one's probably ever heard of it before. I could make a video out of that. But I was also like, what the fuck is this? Why the fuck is it called Schleich? Which sent me down a rabbit hole into the catalogue of some cursed toy company I've never heard of, and now I've got this fucking thing living in my brain. And bad news, it's in yours now too. I feel like I'm going to wake up one night with this thing staring at me from the foot of my bed. Jesus Christ, why does it look like that? Analog horror series wish they had mascots this creepy. Fuck me. None of the other characters in the catalogue look like that. The Saddle Club doesn't look like that. The fairies don't look like that. Tom doesn't look like that. Is that a fucking Shadow Raptor? Is this secretly cool? Oh no, these things actually look kind of great. No, we're getting off topic. Anyway, it's not just the Schleich catalogue that left me with a new sleep paralysis demon. I'm fairly certain this game is haunted. Or possessed. Maybe both. Playing it feels like going through the steps of some eldritch ritual to summon something unknowable, hidden behind a facade of kid-friendly dino fun. The upbeat tone starts off as cloying and only grows more uncanny the longer you play. Everyone is a half-melted mannequin monster. The physics are broken at the best of times. The King in Yellow appears to have replaced the sun. Hell keeps trying to manifest through the shadows, and the wall between realities only grew thinner the deeper into the game I got. So much happens, and yet nothing happens, and the longer you play, the more draining it is. Every session I spent with this game left me emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually empty, like I'd just had my soul sucked right out through the keyboard. And it wasn't like the game started off normal and slowly drew me into the madness. The first time I tried to boot the thing, it not only crashed so hard I had to power cycle my computer, but Windows Defender threw up a warning like, maybe don't run that again? I'm not 100% convinced the game isn't secretly hiding a Bitcoin miner or something underneath all the jank. That would at least explain the 7.5 hour long campaign where all you do is run back and forth around the map. And the reviews. It doesn't have many, at least on Steam, but they're all pretty well positive, and I just can't comprehend how anyone could give this game a good review unless they've already been assimilated. There was something about Dinobreak that felt off, but it didn't feel wrong the way Mission Dino Camp does. In fact, I can't think of another game I've played that matches Mission Dino Camp's vibe. It genuinely feels like a cursed object, like I just played the video game equivalent of a pod person. And while it may not be a horror game in terms of mechanics or tone, spiritually, it's terrifying. Like Dinosaur's Mission Dino Camp is the work of Wild River Games, a German developer with only this crime to their name. Okay, so it's kind of incredible how wrong that last sentence is. Wild River Games is actually pretty prolific, and they do a lot of tie-in games for Schleich. It's actually Actologic, who also worked on Mission Dino Camp, that I'm talking about here, and even then, they still have another game to their name. Mission Dino Camp is not the only one that they've made, so yeah, just wrong on all counts. Bad job, do better, me. So when I refer to Wild River Games throughout this section of the video, I guess just take that to mean both Wild River and Actologic. From what I've seen, it looks a lot more Actologic than Wild River Games, but who knows? Anyway, yeah, I'm not going back to re-record everything, so yeah, let's just leave it at that. And as easy as it would be to play the old "what were they thinking" card, I do understand how the game ended up this way. Schleich is a toy company, and the game is aimed at kids, so the folks at Wild River probably had their hands tied on what they could or could not include in Mission Dino Camp. But that explanation isn't an excuse. Just because you've got a publisher mandate prohibiting anything too violent, or emotionally complex, or mechanically challenging, doesn't mean you have to make something so insufferably boring. It's at this point that I'd normally dive into mechanics, but there just aren't any. The game takes place in an absolutely colossal open world map. It's shockingly big, but it's not dense. There's nothing to see or to do. It's all just empty space to travel across in pursuit of endless fetch quests, occasionally interrupted by areas you can only access by climbing. There aren't even that many dinosaurs. It was a genuine surprise to find two of the same species wandering the same area. The rest of the time, it was just me alone with my thoughts in the jungle. I cannot stress enough just how much of this game is traveling to a place just to be told to travel to another place so you can travel to another place. The game will send you all the way across the map from home base to the volcano, and then, when you're finally on the road up the hill at the base of the mountain, call you back again for some completely unrelated reason. The game will send you out to harvest plants to make tranquilizer darts for specific dinosaurs, plants that spawn in at the start of each mission, but that you can't pick up until an objective dictates that you must, plants that the game will make you collect in the most roundabout, obtuse order it can think of. The game will have you talk to NPCs so they can tell you to meet them at a second location for the actual conversation they want to have. Nothing about Mission Dino Camp is streamlined. Everything is dragged out as far as it possibly can. Stretched so thin, the game itself might as well be translucent. When you're sent out to look at an injured dinosaur, you can't then take a picture or tranquilize it from the same position. You have to move around to a specific objective marker to actually continue the mission. Because that's another thing. You can't equip inventory items like the camera or the gun whenever you want, only at context-sensitive markers that jump around arbitrarily just to extend the playtime. Thank God you get the option to fast travel back to base once you've completed an objective, but even that's sometimes broken. There's one area that will give you the option before you complete the objective you're sent out to the place for, but then takes it away once you're finished. Probably the most egregious example of Mission Dino Camp dragging things out comes from the story itself. At one point in the late game, you're forced to travel on foot through an active volcano to take some pictures of a T-Rex chilling by a river of lava, and after you're done, Max flies in with his helicopter not to bring you back to base, but to drop off your jeep or quad bike so you can drive back yourself. This moment made my blood boil. I had lava running through my veins all the way back to base. I could not believe the game had the gall to make you drive across this entire fucking nightmare map for literally no reason, when Max could have just dropped a ladder and carried me back himself in the helicopter, or it could have just given me the fucking option to fast travel, like it does at the end of every other fucking plot beat. And to add insult to injury, the map lies to you as well. It doesn't tell you if certain passageways or roads are one way. It only marks down where areas are blocked off entirely. So if you try and collect some plants or reach an out of the way area as close as the crow flies as possible, you may slam right into a dead end. At one point I ended up 62 meters away from my objective at the top of a cliff, but just couldn't climb down to the marker in the valley below because Jack, the player character, literally mechanically cannot climb down. He can't do it. He can only climb up, and every time I tried to drop down, the game hit me with a fail state. So in order to travel that last 62 meters, I ended up having to travel another fucking 1,000 or so. And frustrating as that was, at least it did elicit an emotional response. At least I felt something, because the rest of the time, I was checked out with Mission Dino Camp. There's not even a mechanical depth to the traversal. You can run, and you can jump, and you can climb up, and that's it. You don't even run that fast, or at least it doesn't feel like it, and climbing seems to take forever because the game is doing its best Uncharted impression. Maybe if the map wasn't so fucking big, Jack wouldn't seem so fucking slow, but it is, and he does. And when you finally get access to the vehicles, it doesn't actually help, because the further into the game you get, the more the map opens up, so you still spend obnoxious amounts of time travelling from place to place. The vehicles are such a mess, they're barely worth driving at all. Every second spent behind the wheel of the Jeep is a fight to keep it travelling in a straight line. A fight I often lost, because this thing handles like shit. Even the barest tap of the direction keys will send it spinning out of control, like you're driving over an endless patch of icy road. And if there's anything in your way, up to and including empty space, you are going to crash. You don't even have to be going that fast. In fact, you can't anyway, even if you've got Jack's foot flat on the accelerator from the second you jump behind the wheel. But at least the crashes are funny. Slamming into this pachycephalosaur sent me flying. And what's wild is that wasn't intended. I could never recreate it, any more than I could intentionally recreate any of these crashes. And the quad bike was just as bad, if not worse in terms of handling, but at least it had the added bonus of Jack's lifeless corpse ragdolling off the seat into the dirt. The quad bike is also slightly faster than the Jeep, but all that means is the game won't be able to keep up with your lightning pace loading in new chunks of the map. Maybe that's why the handling is so shit, to stop you from travelling too far too fast. I don't know, but when so much of the game is spent just travelling, the fact both vehicles actively fight you on it most of the time is unacceptable. You don't even get to upgrade them or anything. The most you can do is change their colours. I chose red, because as we all know, red paint makes any car go faster. And on that note, you never get to upgrade Jack either. He never overcomes his fear of climbing down, or does enough cardio to run longer or faster. He just stays the same from start to finish, and so does the map. You do unlock more of it as the game goes on, as I said, but nothing actually changes about it besides the occasional appearance of a new dinosaur. Even when the volcano erupts in the penultimate mission, the only thing that changes is a flow of lava down the side of the mountain that you never really get to see anyway. It's all just so anemic. So imagine my shock when I learned there is actually a reason to explore this giant corpse world. The game does have collectibles littered around the place, little bits of amber containing mosquitoes and ants and beetles or whatever on pedestals of petrified wood that, for some reason, are called eggs, despite not being eggs at all. And there's so many that you don't have to look that hard to find them. I found my first one literally seconds after starting the game, but once I realised just how invested Mission Dino Camp camp was in wasting my time, I lost any interest in finding the rest of them. And not just because the map is so big and empty and convoluted, but because there are 100 of them, and it already took 7.5 hours to get through the campaign. I'm not doing that shit. I guarantee you wouldn't get any sort of worthwhile prize if you found them all anyway. Given the game seems to think playing is its own reward, I'm pretty sure all you'll get for a full set of amber is a full set of amber and a sooner death. Which just leaves the puzzles, such as they are. I wanted to save these for last in the discussion on mechanics because they're actually pretty fun, or at least not soul-crushingly boring. Snapping pictures and shooting tranquilizer darts might be simple, but you can find fun in them if you try hard enough. Using the gun is especially fun because the darts will only work if you hit the little target dead on, and sometimes not even then. Come on, it's in the fucking circle, what are we doing here, game? So you can just pump the animal full of drugs if you want. The darts don't despawn, so go nuts. These dinosaurs are your canvas and ketamine is your paint. I wish the same was true of the medical sim minigames, but sadly you're not allowed to keep sticking the needle in wherever you want. You're forced to be on target, which I guess makes sense. But also let me have fun, you fucking cowards. There are a bunch where you have to build ladders or fix bridges, and they are sort of funny since you can place the correct pieces at the wrong orientation, which will cause them to spin around before locking into place, and if you try to fix a ladder from the top down, it'll just fall apart. And if you're thinking to yourself, those things aren't that funny, they are when you're playing this sensory deprivation chamber of a game. I also have to highlight this puzzle where you restore a dinosaur skeleton, because even for this game, it is low effort. All the pieces are already correctly oriented. All you have to do is put them in the right place. It's fucking brainless. But the best minigame is without question this one. All you have to do is pick up a crate of food and lift it over the paddock fence to feed the dino watching nearby. I mean, how hard could it be? It's so easy to snap the rope, and the way the physics implode when you do is just so satisfying. I was always happy to get this minigame. You don't even have to swing it or get it stuck on the fence. Just letting too much of the rope out at once will cause the demons to come out and hurl it across the screen. It's great. Yeah. That's how starved for stimulation I was playing this game. The crane game, the fucking crane game, is a highlight. But the mini-games are momentary respites in what is otherwise an endless slog of going here to go there to come back and do it all again. The game is only 7 missions long, but all of them take so much time to complete, and they all have such terrible puns for names like An Excellent Adventure, or The Brontoide, which for some reason I read as Brontoside originally, which honestly may have happened anyway given how fucking few of them there are in the game. Anyway, Mission 6, Hide and Dino Seek, took 2.5 hours to complete, and believe me when I say, I was trying my best to speedrun it. It just kept going, and I couldn't believe there was still another mission left once I actually finished it. And to be fair, Mission 6 was the outlier. It was the longest one. But just to give you an idea of how much this game wastes your time, let me give you a step-by-step run-through of Mission 4. You wake up and talk to Max, who tells you to go to talk to Ida a kilometer away. Halfway there, the bridge is out. Fix it. Get to Ida. She gives you a key. Open the ruins. Sneak past some raptors. Solve a puzzle. Enter the temple. Find egg. Yuck. Back to camp. Talk to Lewis. Talk to Max. Go to the racetrack. Do the race. Back to camp. Talk to Lewis. Go to the Pachycephalosaurus pen. Give it a shot. Gather the Ralliana vines on the other side of the map on top of a mesa. Gather the Perineum plants half a kilometer away on top of another mesa. Gather Tabanosa plants in an out-of-the-way valley. Gather the Tyrol plants in another out-of-the-way area. Back to camp. Give the plants to Lewis. Feed the Brontosaurus at its pen outside the camp. Back to camp. No fast travel. Talk to Max. Go to the waterfall campfire halfway across the map. Light the campfire. Go to bed. And that's just the list of objectives objectives in a mission that's actually pretty eventful in terms of minigames and set pieces. There are only 2 other Raptor stealth sections in the game. You never go back to the racetrack, and you definitely never camp out at a different location at the end of the day again. You don't even have to waste time going out to a sick dinosaur to look at it and take a picture of it and then go back to Lewis so he can tell you to collect a bunch of plants for a tranquilizer dart and then go back to Max to get the gun so you can shoot it. It's all pretty straightforward, and it still took 50 minutes to get through. Honestly, I'm shocked it took that little. In the moment, it felt so much longer, and needless to say, the race is awful given how slippery the vehicle mechanics are, and the stealth sections are so basic they're barely worth bringing up at all. You can just run past the Raptors if you want to. There's no need to hide in any of the boxes the game sets out. Just gun it. It doesn't matter. The game doesn't even have the decency to look nice. There's nothing particularly wrong with the art style, at least when it comes to the environments, but there's nothing particularly right with it either. So much of Mission Dino Camp looks like it was scanned from a toy set, and while that does make sense, it just leaves the game with no variety. Everything just looks the same. Same cliffs, same roads, same plants, same rivers. It all just blobs together into a mess of greens and browns. It was genuinely refreshing to reach the open fields on the eastern edges of the map, because at least it was open, but it was still the same greens and browns all the way down. I honestly wish there were more man-made structures around the map, since they threw in a little blue and grey. But outside the base camp there are like 2 or 3 tents, and a few white ruined temple walls, and a couple of paddocks, and that's it. Otherwise, it's all just jungle and rocky cliffs. Jungle you can't even really interact with because there are collision boxes on everything and they don't react to you hitting them anyway. It's all so still and dead, and the humans are even worse. Bad enough that 3 of the characters are built from the same model. I think they are meant to be brothers, but I don't think they're meant to be triplets. But just look at them. The pallid grey skin, the lifeless eyes, the stiff repetitive movements. These men look like they just crawled out of the uncanny valley and are still learning how to imitate human beings. They don't even fit the rest of the art style. They've got just a bit too much detail to match the scanned toy look everything else in the game has. And somehow they look even worse on the walkie-talkies. The pod person vibes certainly aren't helped by the voice acting. I'm not going to give the actors too much grief since I don't think that English is their first language, and there are definitely 1 or 2 lines that feel lost in translation from the original German.
I know what ingredients to gather, at least in theory. I just need you to point them out in the jungle.
Do you suppose theory will translate well into practice?
We'll see. I expect it will. I studied this field extensively, and I'm convinced the dinos must have coexisted with nature.
But it still feels wrong tonally. Everyone is always so chipper and pleasant. Every conversation has to go through the motions of, "Hello friend, how are you? I'm good, how are you? Very well, that's good to hear. Yes it is." And that's not an exaggeration. Honestly, I think it might be an understatement.
Hey Max, I thought we could chat for a bit.
No problem. I noticed that you've been hanging out with Flynn and Lewis. Are they giving you a hard time?
No, they're awesome. I was able to feed and cure a dino already.
Both Flynn and Lewis are great, always willing to help.
Hey, Jack. Good to see you.
Likewise. So what's up?
Well, Lewis says that the Triceratops got spooked by a tremor. That's probably why it fled the T-Rex so headlessly. Usually, it would have stayed and fought.
That's what I thought. Lewis, about those velociraptors.
Yes? What happened?
Ida gave me a key to the Raptor Valley. I evaded them and got into an ancient temple.
Wow! That was quite eventful.
Oh, for sure. Then, when I solved a puzzle, a gong sounded, and the sound drove all the raptors away.
Maybe the civilization that built it knew how to handle the beasts, and you set off an ancient mechanism.
That's probably what happened.
It's the most insipid small talk glurge that doesn't even go away when the stakes actually rise. Fucking rare as that is.
Jack? Jack? Are you alright? Yeah, I guess so. We heard and saw the eruption, and immediately I was like, is Jack alright? Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm okay. You wanna come back to base? Definitely not.
The overall flat delivery of the voice cast did throw me one or two bones of unintentional comedy.
Greetings. Are you lost? There are monsters about, you know.
I know, they're called dinosaurs, and they're not as feral as they're usually presented.
Good. Here's your gun. You'll really help us three if you can tranquilize that dino.
I'll do my best.
Well, during the flight, you told me you know how to handle a weapon.
I'm not a marksman like you, but yeah, I've shot a tranquilizer gun before while taking care of various wild animals in Africa.
You've been to Africa?
Hello. I see you found everything I need. Did you encounter any problems?
Well, I had to build a bridge over a fissure.
Good.
But for the most part, it was just unfiltered brain poison. The rest of the sound design was fine. The vehicles sounded like vehicles, things went bang when you ran into them. Camera shutters clicked and dart guns pew-pewed. And the grass crunched underfoot, but it wasn't exactly memorable. The best I can say for it is that it was inoffensive. It didn't make me question what I was doing with my life, and I guess the music was the same? To be honest, I don't remember a fucking note of the score, except for one track that I can only describe as Godzilla music. But quickly listening to a couple of other tracks from the game, I'm whelmed? I've got nothing. I can't find anything to latch onto. There's no traction. The game is completely flat, like my brain after playing it. I could feel the wrinkles smoothing out with every second spent in Mission Dino Camp. There are a couple of other things to mention, I guess. Jack's movement animations are pretty whatever, but his sliding animation is funny. And I like how he raises one arm when jumping like he's Frank West from Dead Rising. He also loses frames when he's driving. I don't know how else to describe it. The game runs fine most of the time, but whenever Jack jumps behind the wheel of the Jeep, it's like he drops down to 20 FPS, and it's just very odd. Speaking of the vehicles, the rear high beams stay permanently on unless you're accelerating, and if you're wondering what that has to do with fucking anything, these are the things you notice when you're this fucking bored. Watching the game break apart ahead of me was a genuine highlight. Watching my own vehicle outrun the grass was something to look forward to. Driving off cliffs just to see the Jeep bounce around was like the only respite I found when playing. Oh, that and searching out the penises hidden in plain sight all over the map screen. I don't think the developers intended to hide so many schlongs and chodes all over their children's game, but the way the map separates accessible play space with out-of-bounds areas ended up doing it anyway. So many of the amber collectibles are placed in little cul-de-sacs that there was bound to be at least one hidden in the game somewhere, but there's definitely a few. Although, when I sent a couple to my friends to check if I was going insane, they said I was seeing things, so maybe Mission Dino Camp just fried the pattern recognition center of my brain. I don't know. I don't think I know anything anymore. I hate this map design anyway because, as I said, it just lies to you. It almost never indicates if pathways are one way or blocked off, and even though the greyed out sections should be inaccessible, sometimes they are, just not from the ground. At least the menu feels appropriate. The different tabs work. You can see the photographs you've taken. Yeah, it's fine. Sure, you end up replacing most of the photos anyway with shitter versions later in the game, but conceptually, it's fine. Oh, and the Mayan key is very funny. The dinosaurs probably fare the best in terms of presentation, which is good. Dinosaur's Mission Dino Camp is a dinosaur game after all. So dinosaur it has the word in the title twice, but they still just look like scanned toys, and as I said before, they appear so rarely there's barely anything to talk about. Most of your interactions with them are scripted, and even then, they're usually completely motionless because they're sick or injured or throwing a tantrum. And I understand why, because on the rare occasions you do run into them in general gameplay, they are very easy to break. Probably the best part of interacting with them was the death scenes. Being a kids game, Mission Dino Camp can't really show the grisly details, so a lot of the time whenever Jack wipes out, the camera will quickly pan up like the operator is trying to avoid recording something that might be admissible in court, and that can happen sometimes with the dinosaurs. I spent ages trying to get this guy to kick Jack's ribs out through his spine because I want him to suffer, but it didn't really work. It still killed him, but not the way I wanted. But more common is a quick cutaway to a dinosaur closing in for the kill before fading to black. These are so abrupt that I don't even know why they bothered. It's so frustrating because when the dinosaurs do move, it looks pretty good. Look at the T-Rex strutting across the clearing. That poise, that confidence, fucking get it. The Raptors too. Unfortunately, their vocalizations are pretty boring, but hey, it's this game. What else did you expect? The dinosaurs pop up so rarely that I honestly forgot the game has a pretty decent roster, especially when compared to the other games I've covered in this video. There are some universal constants like T-Rex, Raptors, Triceratops, Brontosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, and Ankylosaurus, but also a couple of more obscure animals like Augustinia, Cryolophosaurus, and a very dead and also very relatable Ceratosaurus, and even a scientifically accurate Dilophosaurus. Do you understand how rare it is to find a scientifically accurate Dilophosaurus? Correct size? No frill? No poison? Literally impossible. It can't be done. Maybe in Prehistoric Kingdom. I've never played that, but in all the dinosaur games I've covered, fuck off, you're not finding one. There's also the empty space left behind by the absence of a Pteranodon. One is mentioned to exist. You come across its nest, but you never actually encounter it. I'm not sure whether to count it or not. I mean, it's not technically a dinosaur. It's not even in the game, but it is there. I guess. There are even a couple of baby dinosaurs, an ankylosaur called Anky, and a stegosaur called Steggy, and I hate them. Actually, the ankylosaur's name is Kylo. Yes, really. But, in my defense, they do call an ankylosaur Anky at another point in the game, so I don't know, I guess some wires got crossed along the way. Anyway, yeah, the little one's name is Kylo. You're welcome. What's weird is that there are no adult stegosaurs, so I don't know where this guy came from.
So how come it's here?
I don't know. How come any of the dinos are here?
It's a nice variety of animals. The game just does nothing with them. As I said, most of your encounters with them are scripted. There are barely any herbivores wandering around the map, and there are none carnivores, because, again, this is a kid's game. You genuinely spend more time with this fucking perineum plant or whatever it is. Perineum plant. Is that even a real plant? Are any of them? Am I just collecting fucking gibberish? Yep. I don't know what else I expected. And that's the whole game, pinballing back and forth across an empty nightmare world to collect plants that don't even exist in the hope the hope you might get to look at a dinosaur that actually did at the end. But a look is still all you'll ever get. It's so baffling. This is why I started off the review by joking that the game is cursed. It's the only way I can explain why Mission Dino Camp is the way that it is. It's an explicitly dinosaur-centric game. So dinosaur-centric that, again, the word is in the title twice, but they're barely present. This isn't even a case of it being a game with dinosaurs rather than a dinosaur game. It's a dinosaur game without the dinosaurs. It's dangerously close to being a dinosaur game without the game, too. So needless to say, there's nothing of Dino Crisis in this slop, and there's only the barest gesture toward Jurassic Park with some of the imagery. Anyway, the game certainly doesn't have a story. There does seem to be some context to what's going on, but it's never really elaborated upon. Maybe I'm just missing some deep Schleich lore, maybe it's just not in the English translation, I don't know. But overall, it's just really unclear why we're here. Like, characters make reference to some unseen, unheard Professor Colby who apparently organised the whole expedition or sanctuary or whatever it is, but references are all you get. We're just here because we are. And that's another thing. Is this a random island populated with dinosaurs that the professor discovered? Or is it a sanctuary built to rehabilitate the animals? Or is it just a safari reserve? The presence of ruins just raises even more questions. And there's a line of dialogue that I won't spoil yet, which genuinely made me wonder if this place is a post-colonial interpretation of Dinotopia. Characters act like they know each other and bring up past events, but they're never elaborated or expanded upon. They're not used for growth or to complement the story. They're just plopped onto the player's plate as if you're meant to understand what the hell they're talking about. Someone shows up very late in the game like it's meant to be a big surprise cameo from an established character, but she's just some random woman, and it certainly doesn't help that the game is so low stakes. There's no urgency to anything going on in this game, not even when NPCs get cornered by carnivores, or a fucking volcano erupts on top of everyone. It's all just go here to 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 go here. Coming across a sick or injured dinosaur isn't even a reprieve from the tedium, because mechanically, you already know you'll just have to trek back out to them again later on once you've collected 20 perennium plants or whatever. And the writing is just so stale. There are one or two cases of unintentionally comedic delivery, as I've already mentioned, and there are a couple of instances of the script not matching the situation at all, in equally unintentionally funny ways. Like here, where the characters say the coast is clear for the chopper to come in and pick up a sick Pachycephalosaurus, when it's directly beneath a fucking tree. These brief cutscenes of Max flying in the helicopter to pick up incapacitated dinosaurs were honestly the highlight of the game for me, because they're so stiff and awkward in the way they hang from the winch, and the camera just lingers on them for so long. They were great, but the fact they were a narrative highlight is a serious problem. In absence of context or plot, all Mission Dino Camp really has is character. But like I mentioned before, nobody grows from their experience. No one goes through any sort of arc or changes even a little. Everyone is exactly the same at the start of the game as they are at the end. Lewis the Yellow Wiggle is the most unprepared scientist possibly ever, since he almost never keeps stores of chemicals for the tranquilizer darts or medicine or even food for the dinosaurs he's taking care of, but at least he's nice. Max with 2 X's, the Blue Wiggle, is the introverted helicopter pilot who allegedly takes care of the camp's weapons and vehicles, and Flynn the Red Wiggle fucking sucks. Why are you even here? All he does is stand around with the 2 baby dinosaurs he stole and crack shit jokes.
I'd say it would feel like a truck hit you.
Yep. Should I check it out?
Feel free. Just don't get too close if you don't want to get hit by that truck.
That's suspicious.
Most F.
He doesn't even seem to have any sort of job, like, at least Lewis and Max pretend to do shit around camp. Flynn's not even trying. I think what really soured me on Flynn was how often he'd ask me to talk to him just to tell me to meet him somewhere else so I could talk to him, and then just fuck off for multiple missions at a time, while the rest of us did his job for him, whatever the hell it's even meant to be. Either way, all three of them are exploiting Jack, who is the only one to do any actual work around the camp, to the point that his exploited labor is the most notable aspect of his character. Otherwise, he's got just as infuriating and unflappable can-do personality as everyone else. Oh, and because this is a kids game, I guess there was a mandate that it be educational as well. But it's not just relegated to one of the characters, they all do it. The second a new dinosaur gets mentioned, all four of them will bend over backwards to be the first to regurgitate some basic facts about the animal, and it's so forced.
Scientists already believe they were able to whip their tails at really high speeds.
Doesn't the T-Rex prefer large herbivores?
Indeed it does. The shape of its teeth and skull have evolved to catch them more efficiently, and meals like that supported its size.
Lewis? So, about that T-Rex...
Yes? Did you locate it?
Not exactly. I did find a wounded Triceratops nearby, though.
Wounded? It was a big dinosaur up to 9 meters in length, with a formidable head and horns.
I was never that scared in my life.
The velociraptors have started endangering me as well. Did you know their name means quick plunderer?
To the point that in one of the game's few moments of urgency, where one character is being menaced by a Dilophosaurus, Jack grinds everything to a halt to vomit cool dino facts at the person while the thing is trying to eat them. Like, read the room, dude. Now is not the fucking time. I'm not saying a game like this shouldn't be educational on principle. It's the execution that's the problem, especially since some of the information is fucking wrong. The T in T-Rex is an abbreviation of Tyrannosaurus, like you're writing your first name as an initial. At no fucking point does a dash come into it. And I know that's a very minor thing to get upset about, but if you're not even going to get the basic stuff like the names of the fucking animals right, then what are we doing here? Cracking jokes? I don't fucking think so.
Hey, Max. Lewis told me you set up something special?
I sure did. Me and Flynn just finished building a genuine racetrack.
No way.
As Flynn would say, yes way. Lewis told me to get the tranquilizing gun ready for you. Here you go.
Thanks. I know what I'd do without you.
I wish I could say that was the most cringe mission Dino Camp gets, but it's not. That dubious honour has to go to Ida, a magical native type character who I think might be squatting in Dinosaur Land, and treats Jack like he's the chosen one or some shit.
Hello. I told you we'd meet again, and here we are.
I'm not surprised. I feel like you have a pretty good overall view of the jungle.
Well, I do. It speaks to me. It called to me when you saved the Brontosaurus. Well met, protector of the living.
Every word out of her mouth is ominous portents of things to come that ultimately never arrive, and even before you meet her, she's brought up in conversation in the most unhinged way you could imagine.
Did she have big hair and seem to be in touch with nature?
Putting aside how outdated the magical native trope is by this point, like thank God they at least had the sense not to dress her up in furs and give her a silly accent, Ida's still just really annoying. Bad enough that all her dialogue is cryptic bullshit. It's cryptic bullshit that you have to go out of your way to listen to while trying to complete tasks on the other side of the fucking map. None of this fucking matters. I don't care. Anyway, I guess I'll drop a spoiler break, or maybe maybe a sanity check here if anyone's actually curious enough to go and play this garbage for yourself to see how it ends. I'm as surprised as you to learn there is actually anything to spoil in Mission Dino Camp, but the plot does eventually arrive, and we're going to go through Missions 6 and 7 step by step, beat by beat, just to recreate the experience of how turgid the whole game is, even when things are happening. So if you actually want to play the game yourself, or just don't want to deal with that shit, which is entirely fair, skip to here. Believe me, I'd skip it too if I could. So just to briefly recap the first 5 missions of the game so we're all on the same page here, Jack has arrived, Ida thinks he's Jesus, there is a T-Rex, and that's it, you're all caught up. Mission 6 actually begins with a moment of excitement as Flynn and the 2 baby dinosaurs he's grooming to be exotic pets for rich socialites are cornered at a couple of crates by a rampaging Cryolophosaurus. So naturally you have to talk to Lewis, even though I'm in a car and could just, you know, lure it away, or run it over. It's on you like that too if you try. Wow! Which of course means you have to take the long way around the camp to meet with Lewis.
Psst. Jack. Lewis? What's going on here?
The cryo has broken out of its cage, and Max took the tranquilizer gun with him.
Oh, that's not good.
Anyway, you're directed to the top of the lab to shoot the Cryolophosaurus because Lewis has actually done his fucking job for a change and prepared the tranquilizer in advance. But unfortunately, you can't hit Flynn because he despawns the second you look down sights. Weak.
Man, that was intense. Jack, I can't thank you enough for getting me and my buds out of hot water.
Anytime, man.
All right. I'm going to head back to the hilltop. Meet me there when you're ready.
You're such a piece of shit, Flynn. Anyway, you climb up a mountain, you meet back up with Flynn, he blames the baby dinosaurs for what happened with the Cryolophosaur, and then just casually drops the fact that there's been a 5th member of the team working in Dinosaur Land this whole time.
The volcano lab is where Dad's assistant Yuki was stationed, but we haven't heard from her in a while now.
For context, this is the first time Yuki has been mentioned at all in the entire game, and from this moment on, she is going to dominate the plot.
That's suspicious.
Yeah, it is. And yet Flynn gives so little of a shit about her that Jack's the one who has to go and check up on her. Not Max with his fucking helicopter, not Flynn with his empty schedule. Jack, because it's always Jack. He even calls Flynn out on it, and the game is like, no, it has to be you, Jack. There's no one else, it has to be you. It's odd enough from Jack's perspective being sent to check up on a complete stranger. But like, how's Yuki going to feel when this fucking cardboard cutout rocks up at her door? Does she even know he exists? Flynn might trust him, but what proof does Jack have that he is who he says he is? Forget man or bear, how about man or dinosaur? Anyway, before you can go rescue Yuki, you have to talk to Lewis.
Would you be able to assist with taking care of the animals we caught?
My favorite pastime.
Fix the bridge, Yalsia flowers, Brugus plants on the other side of the map. We fixed one bridge, yes, but what about second bridge? Perineum plants, back to camp, feed the Triceratops. As intended. Back to camp, talk to Max, he gives you the quad bike.
It handles a bit differently than the off-roader, and maybe it's a better choice if you're going to visit the volcano area.
What a coincidence. I was just about to head there.
Perfect timing. You can pick the off-roader or the quad or even walk.
Fuck off, Max. Red makes it go faster, safety first, and then you can finally get halfway to the volcano only to be called off by Flynn, who got a hot tip from Ida about a sick dinosaur. So before you can rescue Yuki, you still have to drive past the volcano. You can't check up on her along the way, inevitably get lost and wipe out multiple times, find the Augustinia, take a picture of the Augustinia from a different position, back to camp, talk to Lewis.
So how come it's here?
I don't know. How come any of the dinos are here?
I'm going to fucking lose it.
Sometimes, winging it is the best approach.
Sure, just fuck it I guess. Orella plant's on the other side of the map, Brugus plant's again on the other side of the map, right next to Yuki, but we still can't check in on her along the way. Perennium plant's again on the extreme other side of the map. Don't fall. Yaosia flowers again, back to camp, talk to Lewis, talk to Max.
A rare find to be sure. Here's the tranquilizing gun. Aim well.
It's not like it can go anywhere, but I'll give it my best shot.
Die forever. Go back to the Augustinia, go the wrong way so you can't make it the last 62 meters because this fuckwit is incapable of climbing down. Spend another 10 minutes finding a different way around. Dart the fucker, watch hell manifest beneath the shadows. Sticky keys! Bye, dickhead. And then you can finally take the long way around to the volcano, even though you're already right fucking next to it, just in time for it to erupt on top of Jack.
We heard and saw the eruption, and immediately I was like, is Jack alright?
Yeah, wouldn't want your indentured servant to be hurt. Then you might actually have to do some fucking work. Anyway, then you can finally go to the volcano and meet Yuki.
Hello? Is anyone out there?
Yes? Hello? Who is this?
Hello? It's Yuki, Professor Colby's assistant. I'm near the volcano base. Hello?
Yes, hi. My name is Jack, and I'm helping the Colby brothers with the dinos.
Hi, Jack. I'm Yuki. But introductions can wait.
Alright, let's speed this shit up. Yuki's trapped in a crack by a Dilophosaur. Jack puts his foot in his mouth.
Oh, the double-crested lizard?
Not a small animal, nor the most peaceful. It had approximately 30 teeth and...
Yes, thank you for the lesson.
And in order to save her, you'll need Ida's help.
Greetings, young protector.
Yeah, you get the key, open the door, sneak past some raptors, step on some panels, this scares the raptors off for some reason, jigsaw puzzle, and then this shit happens.
Oh, hi, Jack. Sorry, kind of busy here trying to keep this beast away. Shoo! I said shoo!
Is it working? The shooing?
Well, it can't get to me, but I guess it can't hurt to shoo a wild beast.
Absolutely. Always shoo wild beasts whenever possible.
I know this is meant to be sarcastic, but the delivery sounds completely straight, and the fact it is so muddled is such an issue in a kid's game. That is not good advice to just throw out like it's nothing.
Are you making fun of me right now?
Maybe a bit.
Wouldn't you rather, I don't know, get here and help me?
Well, I also wanted to ask...
Jack, shut the fuck up.
Look, if the Dilo hasn't gotten to you yet, it probably won't.
You know what, Jack? You suck as well. You deserve to be worked like a mule, you worm, you fucking insect. Anyway, take a photo, back to camp, talk to the lads.
Hey everybody. Long story short, I found Yuki at the volcano base.
Really? Is she okay?
Well, a dino's attacking her. She says it's a Dilophosaurus.
Could be. We've seen a couple sniffing around. They aren't particularly friendly.
At 7 meters long...
Oh my god, he's still fucking doing it.
So what do you want to do with it?
I don't have much choice. I'll get back there and put it to sleep.
Sounds good. Lewis, will you throw something together?
Certainly. I already sent the list of ingredients to you.
Great. Thanks. I don't think I've ever hated a cast of characters in a game I've covered for the channel as much as I hate these four. Anyway, plants.
Yuki? Hello? You still there?
Oh, hi. Well, nothing much has changed here.
This Dilophosaur is going to die of old age before I fucking get to it.
That's unusual. The Dilo...
I'm sorry? Back to camp, talk to Lewis.
The Dilo.
Stop saying it like that.
To save time...
Talk to Max.
For the Dilo?
Stop calling it that!
Hope Yuki hasn't been hurt by the time you get there.
Do you know her well?
No, shut the fuck up. We're moving on. Talk to Lewis, drive back to the volcano. It takes forever. Of course it does. Everything in this game takes forever. And finally, shoot the thing to save Yuki. That only took 2 whole hours, and the mission's not even over. But you know what is? The ritual. Remember at the start of this review when I joked that the game might be cursed and playing it might be summoning a demon? Well, it wasn't a joke, and sacrificing the Dilophosaur was the final step. The reason Yuki hasn't been mentioned at all, not once, up to Mission 6, is that the barrier between realities has only grown thin enough for her to project herself into the game from hell since the end of Mission 5. Look at her. Look at that character model. And tell me this isn't a horror game. Tell me I didn't just summon the Antichrist masquerading as the purple wiggle onto my computer. Anyway, after getting your soul cored like an apple by the final steps of the ritual, you still need to find a battery to repair the lab equipment, which means fixing a ladder, and immediately getting sidetracked by Lewis for the completely unrelated task of giving the Augustinia its meds. Back to camp, take the shot, and then, at long last, you can end the mission at your tent back at base. Let me just remind you that Mission 6 took 2.5 hours to complete. This was just the highlights. I know I said I was going to cover Mission 7 in the spoiler section as well, but I don't think I can. I'm so shattered after going through all that again. Alright, we're almost at the end, let's just get through it quickly. Here's that timestamp to skip to again if you want it, by the way. It takes a lot of faffing around.
I've set up a new battery. Hopefully that will jumpstart the equipment.
You might remember I asked you about a document I retrieved from nearby, but you were kinda busy trying not to get eaten.
Temple, yes.
So, how do you think a Ceratosaurus skeleton got to where Yuki found it?
Well, I think that it somehow stumbled there from another valley, then died on its own, or was attacked.
Probably.
Go see Lewis in the lab.
I have Yuki online right now.
When you get back here.
I'll try to put it together.
Great.
Did you know?
And multiple drives out to Yuki at the mountaintop lab, but you do finally get inside the volcano, and it's just more bridges and running past raptors and the same pressure plates, and there appears to be some sort of shadow realm bleeding through realities, and you know what, I think I've had enough. On the other side of the volcano temple you find the T-Rex resting by a river of lava, and this is the moment where Max flies in a vehicle for you to take home, rather than picking Jack up with the helicopter that I mentioned earlier. And it's still such an unbelievably offensive bit of game design. I don't think it's even intended to be cruel or mean-spirited, because there's an actual reason the developers want you to drive back to base rather than just skip the distance through fast travel. But it's such misguided design that I still can't believe it actually made it into the final release. The only reason you have to drive this distance is so 2/3 of the way home, Flynn can call you up with yet another errand to run, and then, only once you've been given the objective, are you permitted to fast travel back to camp. Why? What did the drive add? Why couldn't we have had this conversation at the lab? Why is this game so contemptuous of the player's time? I was already mad. This just left me apoplectic. I generally try to let a dialogue play uninterrupted for the sake of the video, but this is a genuine skip, made in anger. I had no patience left for Jack and his bullshit.
Ida told us velociraptors are attacking an ankylosaurus near the first temple you visited.
Oh, the so-called fused lizard? It has plates of...
Pretty sure it's not.
I was so mad, I missed the option to fast travel and just drove the rest of the way back on the quad. Anyway, in the game's biggest twist, you don't actually need to gather plants to make some raptor tranquilizer, since Max already has some ready to go. And the raptors menacing the Ankylosaurus is at least sort of interesting, for like a second, but that's still not the end. You still need to return that egg you found back in Mission 5. You remember that egg you found back in Mission 5, don't you? To the Rex. Though in the process of laying out the plan, Lewis accidentally reveals just how fake a friend he, Flynn, and Max are to Jack.
What do you think we should do?
Well, there's only one thing to do. Return it, as soon as possible.
All three of us wholeheartedly agree. We talked about this, we just wanted to hear your opinion.
You could have led with that. dickhead. Anyway, Jack has to do it because Jack has to do everything. So you drive out. Fuck off, Ida!
Well met, protector of the living. You have visited a number of ancient temples by now, have you not?
I have, yes.
Have you wondered who built them?
Among other things, yes.
Well, the truth is, it doesn't matter.
I'm going to fucking lose it. This is where the game implies we're playing in the bombed out ruins of Dinotopia. But that's it. There's no actual point to the conversation. Ida just wanted a fucking chat apparently.
They lived alongside the dinosaurs, nurturing them and keeping them safe. They even built temples in their honor.
Sounds wonderful.
Even Jack seems kind of sick of her, and then it just ends, and you still have to go to the fucking volcano, but now it's even further away than when you started, and the map is shit, so you go the wrong way, and hit a dead end, and the map is still shit, so you go the wrong way again, and hit another dead end, and even when you return the egg, the game just keeps going.
So now you can go and take much nicer photos of them to complete your collection.
It keeps going.
Some threads may need some tying up.
It keeps going.
However, someone wants to see you first.
It keeps going.
Greetings, Guardian of the Jungle.
You have turned death into life.
You'll be able to get a good night's sleep tonight.
You never know who or what might answer the door.
You know what? I think these guys were onto something. This game's great. Way back at the start of this video, when I was sane, I commented that 3D Monster Maze had all the hallmarks of a fun little cursed video game creepypasta, so I think it's only fitting that we end this history of indie dino horror titles on the closest thing I've ever played to a genuine real-life example of the genre. Dinosaur Mission Dino Camp is not an example of intentional horror. It was not made as, or meant to be, a horror game, but it is nonetheless terrifying. The whole time I was playing, I kept thinking back to Shipwrecked 64, another game from 2023 that purports to be a remaster of an old 90s Nintendo 64 collectathon platformer recalled from shelves under mysterious circumstances. Can you tell I want to talk about literally anything other than Mission Dino Camp right now? It's a really fun example of cursed game analog horror, and I'd love to do a video on it. Just toss it on the fucking pile. But one thing that always stuck out is how thin the veneer of normality is in that title. Things take a turn for the horrific very quickly in Shipwrecked 64, which keeps things moving mechanically, but also undermines the fiction that it's a 90s platformer hiding a dark secret. For how well it recreates the style and aesthetic of Nintendo 64 games, I just don't buy that it ever was one. It's too short, it's too simple, it's too obviously a modern-day indie horror title pretending to be retro, or at least it was for me. But if you told me Mission Dino Camp was secretly a horror game, I wouldn't doubt it for a fucking second. This is exactly the sort of boring Uncanny Valley gameplay loop Shipwreck 64 needed to feel authentic, and the fact there actually is no dark secret to uncover in this case leaves the whole experience hollow and rotten. That's the funny thing though. For how good a horror game Mission Dino Camp is, it's not a very good dinosaur game, or a very good kids game. The dinosaurs aren't just mechanically flat, they're largely absent from the whole experience, and that would make me just as frustrated if I were a kid as I am now as an adult. I definitely would have picked the game up as a kid. I was even more obsessed with dinosaurs back then than I am now. There's no way I would have passed this thing by, but I don't think I would have played it for very long after realizing just how much of an afterthought the dinosaurs actually are. Whatever mandates the licensing agreement with Schleich imposed on Wild River probably didn't do the game any favors, but the direction they decided to take it didn't help either. The vibe I get from Mission Dino Camp is that Wild River wanted to make an open-world Uncharted game, but they couldn't include the combat or complex puzzles, and so were left with nothing but the traversal mechanics to play with. The traversal sections of Uncharted are already the least mechanically engaging parts of those games. It's only the fact that so many are placed within action set pieces that elevates them above tedious busywork, and it turns out, if you make a whole game out of the less exciting sections, you end up with a thoroughly boring experience. Mission Dino Camp doesn't even build to a climax, or even really end. It just drags on forever, and I could keep dragging it through the mud too. Line of dialogue by line of dialogue, like this line.
Everything flows, returns to its origin, and begins to flow again. You have turned death into life, destruction into creation, but the cycle will begin anew.
I know I already used it in the spoiler section, but Ida, with all the love in the world, genuinely what the fuck are you talking about? And then there's the fact one of the characters starts hitting on Jack, but then Flynn cuts them off, so it comes across like nobody mentioned her to Jack for most of the game because Flynn didn't want him to make a move on her, and I have to stop. I can't keep talking about this shit. Anyway, if you think I'm reading too much into it about the Uncharted thing, just take a look at this trailer for Wild River's next game. Wrong again, I'm actually talking about Actologic here, not Wild River Games. They are dead set on Uncharted. They've even apparently got one of the Drake brothers in on the project, and despite how much of a train wreck Mission Dino Camp turned out to be, I am curious to know what kind of game Wild River will make when not shackled to a restrictive kids' toy license. Like I said, I can see how we got here, but that doesn't make the end result any less tedious, or any less cursed. It's bad. Don't play it. Now if you showed me a Chat-May dinosaur toy tying game, now we're talking. For all I've just ranted about the game and all its myriad problems, and all the ways I had to fight tooth and claw to find my own fun, ironically, Dinosaur's Mission Dino Camp sums up the whole experience more succinctly than I ever could. Listen to this.
Looking back, it makes for a great story. It wasn't that much fun while it was happening, though.
Yep. D tier. D for the devil is real and he lives in my hard drive. Or, at least he did. There are probably other indie dinosaur horror games I've missed, titles I couldn't play because they're VR only, or they're so obscure I couldn't even find reference to them, or they weren't tagged properly on Steam. I only discovered Dino Hazard this year, and it was only because I misspelled Kronos correctly trying to look up Kronos. Anyway, the moral of the story is tag your games, whether they're dinosaur or otherwise, or they're fan games that just got crushed under the heel of corporate greed, hence the third rule, no snitching. I mean it. But I think we can pretty conclusively say, at the end of this long and janky journey, that there does not exist a worthy spiritual successor to Dino Crisis, or even the better Jurassic Park games, and I kind of expected that to be the case. If any game did live up to Dino Crisis, or Trespasser, or Jurassic Park for the SNES, I would have already played it. That presumably 16-hour video would already be uploaded to the channel, and you wouldn't need a tiny creator like me to tell you about it. You'd already know. But what I did discover is that indie dinosaur horror games are not as rare as I assumed when I started this project. In fact, they've been around since the earliest days of the medium, and they're a pretty good reflection of horror gaming's broad trends too. 3D Monster Maze helped lay the foundations for the survival horror genre overall, and specifically the sort of hide-and-seek haunted house ride style Frictional would repopularize with Amnesia: The Dark Descent many years later. 1916 then took Amnesia's framework in 2011 and added mechanical depth like weapons and ways to distract the monster back into the formula, to the point that Amnesia: The Bunker feels like a spiritual successor to that that game in its own right. Not every title I looked at in this video felt so forward-thinking, but that's the thing about dinosaurs. For how much paleontologists discover and theorize about them, we have no choice but to look back. And while a lot of the games I looked at felt derivative of one indie horror game trend or another, they usually found some way to put their own mark on the formula, even if I didn't personally enjoy the overall experience. Oakwood took the familiar tropes of dinosaur horror and gave it a folksy backwoods makeover. The Last of the Core and FossilFuel, eventually, added mechanical depth to dinosaur encounters. Dinosaur Mission Dino Camp managed to create a shining example of cursed media right out of a creepypasta, despite not being a horror game at all. Most of them aren't forgotten classics or hidden gems. I'd hesitate to even call them diamonds in the rough, and a couple are up there among the worst games I've ever played. But in their own weird, janky way, they were all unique. They kept the dinosaur horror beacon burning in the long periods of silence between 1982 and 2023. But that all changes in 2024. The 7 games I covered in this video are spread across years, decades even, but the 7 games I'll be covering in the next video all released between January and December 2024. The indie dinosaur horror game wave is finally here, and who knows? Maybe we really will finally find the spiritual successor to Trespasser hiding in the indie scene after all. And that's the video. Before I go, I'd like to thank by name the people supporting me with $5 US a month or more on Patreon. Anonymous, Abril, Azazel, Cass, Hawkwing2652, Heymatey, Jeff Ladd, Jeffiet, Kim, Operator Error, Paranoid Android, Reaper2122, Sakabambaspis, Sminglis, Sarah Bloomer, Smorsky, Sneezy McGlassface, Space Quest Historian, This Sauerkraut, Thomas Elliott, Tree3 Angry Bees, Ursa, and Zeke the Phantom. Thank you so much. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Singly6 for helping out with the live action sections of the video. Yes, there were live action sections of the video. And to my mother for letting us almost burn her house down. Do not try this at home. I am a professional.
Oh, that's fucking hot.
Yeah, it would be! Idiot. So this project was born out of an idea I had to do a retrospective of all indie horror games, not just dinosaur ones specifically, and the more I sketched the video out, the more I realised it was just going to be impossible. Even just focusing on a couple of landmark titles per year would result in a colossal runtime, with very little information or depth to the critiques on anything covered. So this was kind of my compromise, and if people enjoy it, maybe I'll do other specific topics within the broader context of indie horror games. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, the next video will be the second half of this project. Depending on when you watch this, it may already be out. But whatever the case, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Maybe I'm just missing some deep Schleich lore. Ugh.
Alright, I'm gonna have a look at it. Okay, it's not scary, but it looks great.
You know, I can't help but feel like I've forgotten something. Oh, I know. I didn't rank 3D Monster Maze. Of course. Straight to the top of D tier. D for Dinosaur. Yeah. I think that's everything.